You met Brett. It's Angelina. She's 14. This is Tripp. He's 13. And Aubrey, where's Aubrey? Aubrey's over here, and she's 15. And Micah's our 19-year-old. God help us, we have 4 teenagers in a house right now that is smaller than it needs to be. And then this is my dad, and if you've ever heard me talk about my dad, this is Frank. He came here when he was a teenager, and he's given me all of my my work ethic that I am so very proud of, to be first generation graduate, first generation all the way around. So that's Frank. He's the one that gave me the jackalope, which I took home.
So when the council president said earlier today, this is the fun part of our meeting, there's a reason for that, and we get to honor some great people. And I'm really glad that we could do this today. Thank you, because you gave me a lot of good afternoons where I'd come out of the building and I'm huffing and puffing, and I listened to your show, and it was therapy, and it was great. Thank you to you.
Has something to do with that, too.
Well, this is officially the last episode of the Afternoon Drive right here in City Hall. So thank you so much. And this is your proclamation, and we're going to have it read in the record, and it's going to share a lot of facts about your life. City Clerk?
Whereas, Frances Echeverria is daughter of Fresno, California from the start. She is the 5th of 6 daughters born to Basque immigrant father and mother from a nearby mountain community. And whereas, raised in the Central Unified School District, she was an eager student. Activities included 4-H for horses and leadership. Frances moved on to high school and the Fresno Central FFA chapter at 12 years old to pursue academics and a collection of agricultural and leadership activities that eventually led to an American FFA degree. And whereas Frances attended CSU Fresno on scholarship, graduated at 19 with a BA in communication, rather than continue the graduate program, she left school to pursue a career in rock radio, where she earned the name Skippy until the end of Fresno Heritage rock station KRZR. And whereas Frances was hired to host the first live and local morning show in a female scarce field on KFRR for 9 years, and was recruited in 2019 to join the Afternoon Drive at KMJ with Philip Teresi. They were voted the People's Choice Radio Team by Fresno Bee readers in 2021. And whereas, as the pandemic hit the Central Valley, the need for mental health and counseling became great, and thankfully Frances was well equipped to help those who required these services, having earned a master's in counseling and became a licensed marriage and family therapist during those years in radio. And whereas, in the mental health field, Frances has spent the last 10-plus years working in the community as a school-based clinician, social worker for a foster adoption agency in multiple recovery settings, and currently has a private practice that focuses on addiction, trauma, mood disorders, and minority populations. She is in her 6th year as an adjunct professor at Fresno State, where she teaches graduate-level courses that have included addictions counseling, counseling practicum, and child and adolescent therapy. And whereas, Frances is married to Brett Logan, and together they are raising a house filled with 4 young adults, Micah, Aubrey, Angelina, and Tripp. And whereas, after leaving behind radio, Frances will develop mental health programs to serve businesses and underserved populations, writing and focusing on community involvement to give back to Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor Frances Skip Echeverria Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations to you and your family, Skip. Next up, we'll have a proclamation for Dope Barbershop Day in the city of Fresno, sponsored by Councilmember Chavez.
All right, good morning, everybody. You're bringing up the team, right? First of all, thank you, everybody, for being here today. We wanted to bring a Dope Barbershop to City Hall and thank them for the work that they've been doing in our community. Talk a little bit about what they do, the company, the organization, but they're more than just a small business. They might be a small business, but they're making a big impact in our community. This past month, as we know, we had a little bit of a tough Christmas season for some folks, and they actually volunteered on the 17th at Sunnyside High School and cut hair for about 700 kids. And as somebody that still has their 5th grade picture with the Mexican mullet that your mom cut your hair, I appreciate that, what you guys did for our kids. But let me talk a little bit about why I wanted to bring them up and honor them and recognize their work. They're a small business, but they've been giving back to our community for a while. And what you see here is Vince is the owner. He's the leader of the organization. He goes out and recruits folks that have an interest in learning the skill and being a barber. He recruits them, he mentors them, he goes back to our schools and he talks to kids about being an entrepreneur, owning your own business, but more importantly, giving back to your community. And that's something that I admire a lot about the work that you guys do. Wanted to bring you to City Hall. Thank you for what you guys did at Sunnyside. Next year, we're going to do it even bigger. Hopefully we get 1,000 kids and prevent a lot of mullet pictures for picture day. But Vince, why don't you say a few words about the company, the organization, and maybe a little bit about what motivates you to serve our community and give back.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for this. We're honored and grateful for this. Also wanted to thank Gary Bredefield. He was a champion for us during the pandemic when we were closed down for 8 months. He spoke on our behalf. So it was a really honor to be here. We're just, like I said, honored and grateful to be part of Fresno's fabric, to be on the city record. It means a lot to us. We don't seek acknowledgement. We don't seek any kind of pat on the back for what we do. What we do is because we have a lot of barbers that were in the same situation as those kids growing up. And they have the heart of champions that they want to give back to the community that's given us so much. We're going on our 5th location. We couldn't have got to where we're at without the help of the community, without the help of these kids. And, they were that at-risk youth that could have went the other way, but somebody believed in them. Somebody gave them a shot. They became a barber. They helped themselves out to be successful, and that's what we want to teach to the youth coming up. But we're just so proud to be a part of this community, and we're going to keep doing what we do and keep trying to help out these kids. This is Rich. He is also an owner. He runs the Fresno State location. Rich Lopez. This is Bree Gonzalez. She runs our Clovis. Costa, I'm sorry, it's Bree Costa. She runs our Clovis location. This is Skip Garcia. She runs our Fig Garden Loop location. So I couldn't have done anything without these guys. These are the guys that are actually coming to me and saying, let's do this event. Let's do this event for these kids. We gave over 300 coats away at that event. We did about 900 plus toys as well. Couldn't have done that stuff without Rich Lopez giving back to his community. Same with the cancer stuff that we do. Bree is always coming up with stuff like that. So it's without this team right here, I couldn't have done any of this stuff. So I'd like them to say a few words as well.
Thanks. Sorry, guys, I'm a little unprepared. I didn't know I was going to speak today. I would have definitely did my hair if I was. But since I'm here, first of all, thank you guys for being here. I want to thank my brother Vince Cortez right here, man. He's been a big influence on me in my profession. Being able to be a part of this city, man. I'm from Eastside Fresno, born and raised, man, and I'm proud. Being able to do the give back things that we do for the community, like Vince said, it's never for recognition. We appreciate everything, we really do, but we never forget being that kid, and it's something that means a lot to myself, to my partners, and we will continue to do that, man. And I just want to thank you for giving me that platform, and I appreciate your guys' acknowledgement. Thank you, council members. I appreciate you guys very much.
Same here. I wasn't very prepared, so I'll keep it short and sweet. I am so blessed to be a part of this crew and this business. None of this would be possible without Vince. Obviously, we're a team. We make it all happen, but none of this would be possible without him. Me and Vince went to barber school together, so we go back a little bit. We started this whole barbering journey together, and I am more than thankful and more than blessed to be here. I thank every one of you guys, and you guys, like he said as well. Like he said, we don't do it for recognition. I genuinely love giving back to our community, especially the kids, man. Like, there's nothing like it. So, yeah, thank you, everybody, and thank you, Vince, because none of this would be possible without you. You have blessed us beyond measure.
I'm gonna just say too, I wasn't prepared to speak this morning, but Vince didn't let us know. So I'm a little newer to the dope management team and just newer in general. But I think my story is a little different because I became a barber later on, and I always kind of had this idea that I would work for Dope, even though it just kind of went down a weird path. But super grateful for Vince. He gives a lot back, so does Rich, Bree. I'm trying to take a little page from their notebook to do the same, but none of this is possible without Dope and Vince leading the way, you guys too. So thank you to them, and thank you to everybody in the community that supports us, because we can't do this without people in the community. So thank you guys.
So once again, thank you guys for the work that you do, and Councilmember Bredefeld, thank you for being a champion too. I remember you were out there. I will pay for your haircut if you get a haircut like Vince. So with that, City Clerk, could we read the proclamation, please?
It is with great distinction that we join in honoring Dope Barbershop on your pursuit of dreams by opening and operating 4 locations. We appreciate your mission of creating economic opportunities for others to gain careers in the skill set of barbering and creating a culture that is inclusive and empowering to your employees and providing excellent customer service with quality care. Our city gratefully acknowledges your many notable accomplishments, such as community involvement with local school-age kids with free haircuts and mentorship. We thank you for putting faith and restoration back into our neighborhoods and communities. We wish you the best of continued success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, January 19th, 2023 to be Dope Barbershop Day in the city of Fresno.
Alrighty, up next we have a proclamation for Human Trafficking Awareness Month, sponsored by Councilmember Esparza.
All right. Good morning. Welcome everyone to City Hall this lovely morning. It's my pleasure to be up here with our partners from Fresno EOC's Central Valley Against Human Trafficking, as well as a number of other organizations, as I can tell. We're going to make sure that they get recognition and are named off as well. We're here to bring awareness to human trafficking, and I look forward to the day. Because we do this annually, I believe, but I look forward to the day here in our city where we don't need to do this proclamation anymore. But unfortunately, it continues to be an issue that plagues our community, plagues many other communities, but it is especially pronounced here in the city of Fresno, despite many efforts from law enforcement and our nonprofit partners. So I do believe we're making great progress, and that's why I've asked all these different partners here today to kind of tell us about and bring awareness to and tell us about the good work that they are doing. There's a lot of numbers I did not memorize with respect to the different stats the organizations are putting up, so I'm going to rely on them to kind of give us some of the rundown on the specifics. But again, I want to thank each and every one of you for the work that you're doing day in and day out. All the work that's done here at City Hall with respect to human trafficking, it could not be done without all the community partners. I know we get to put on our suits and ties and get up on the dais and the cameras are all on us, but it's really a team effort. It's really the folks that are working side by side that are making a difference, just like yourselves, on the ground with the victims we're encountering every day. So again, thank you for being here, and I'll go ahead and hand off the mic to Evelyn.
Thank you, Councilmember. So January is National Human Trafficking and Slavery Awareness and Prevention Month. And in this month, we focus on bringing greater awareness to our community. Many people still ask us, what is human trafficking? And I think my partners at Central Valley Justice Coalition had said it best. We even put it on a shirt. Human trafficking is the exploitation of one person's vulnerability for another's profit. Not only is human trafficking found on hotels, street corners, massage parlors, it's also individuals that could be a street corner vendor, the housekeeper, the in-home care provider, and the person picking the fruits and vegetables on your tables. Human trafficking can take on many faces, and that's why we encourage the public to seek us for training and education. Fresno EOC, Breaking the Chains, Central Valley Justice Coalition, and Centro La Familia all offer training opportunities for your businesses, for your churches, and for just your friend group. I'd also like to take this time to honor all of our case managers and our advocates. They are the individuals that are in the trenches with our survivors. They're sitting in those 3-hour wait lines for appointments, driving clients up and down the Central Valley, sitting with them through their pain and their trauma, jumping with them in their celebrations and in their accomplishments, and holding space when they have no one else to hold space for them. Without these individuals who felt that same calling, seeking injustice within our community and wanting to make a difference, we wouldn't be able to make the impact that we've been able to make here in Fresno for the past 13 years. And to anyone else in our community that would like to get more involved, I encourage you to go to pledgetostoptrafficking.org, that is p2st.org, where you can see all of our organizations that are involved together. It's a great way to see how we're collaboratively working, and you can click on our links to get to each of our websites from there. Again, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council members for supporting us for all of these years and to continue to support and advocate for us in the city of Fresno.
I am Deborah Rush, one of the founders and CEO of Breaking the Chains. More to the point of why we're here today, I'm also a survivor, impacted by human trafficking right here in Fresno. Born and raised in Southwest Fresno, I understand the difficulties within impoverished, crime-impacted, and minority communities. Not only have myself been impacted, but has impacted my family for generations. To see so many people gathered today, council, I cannot tell you how grateful I am for all of your support and everything that the city of Fresno has done. The city of Fresno has become a beacon of light in the anti-human trafficking movement. We have created pathways and windows and pioneering opportunities that are continuing to spread across this nation. People come to us to find out what we are doing so well in collaboration with law enforcement, community organizations, nonprofit, and community members. To date, we have served more than 1,800 collaboratively survivors. So many lives are impacted, so many more are educated each and every day. So on behalf of all those we serve, on behalf of the impact that has been made, on behalf of the little girl in me who had her life stolen, thank you. Thank you guys so much for standing with us in partnership.
I'm Krista Weens, Executive Director of the Central Valley Justice Coalition. Since 2014, we have educated over 32,000 individuals in our valley and beyond. The National Human Trafficking Hotline has identified over 17,000 minor victims of human trafficking since 2009. So we just want to encourage the community to really prioritize prevention efforts and to join us, as these ladies have already said, in any of our trainings that we all offer, to please learn more, not only about what human trafficking is, but actually how we all can make a difference in ending human trafficking. Thank you, all of you. Thank you to the community for allowing us to be here today and to continue to encourage our efforts. We're very grateful to work together. Thanks.
Did any other folks want to say just a few words? There's a lot of people here, but anybody else? Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to quickly mention as well, we have a couple representatives here from Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. So not only do they do the great work with our anti-trafficking movement, helping to get immigration relief for a lot of our identified clients that are not from this country, but they are also doing that on top of helping victims of domestic violence and sexual assault and violence within our community. So thank you guys for being here as well.
Again, thank you all for your great work. Everyone's playing their respective roles, and there's sort of a diversity of roles, and there's a lot that goes into this work. So again, from the bottom of our heart and on behalf of the entire City Council and the City of Fresno, thank you. Clerk, would you please read the proclamation while I present it? Thank you.
Whereas January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, dedicated to raising awareness about different forms of human trafficking, ways to support trafficking survivors, and educating communities about issues, so people are equipped to notice the signs of trafficking situations. The Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Support Services Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project has worked towards assisting over 1,500 survivors of human trafficking in our local communities. And whereas there are estimated to be more than 24.9 million people, adults and children, that are subjected to human trafficking around the world. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimates that 1 out of 6 endangered runaways are likely to be sex trafficked. And whereas the U.S. Department of Labor identified 158 goods from 77 different countries to have been made by forced child labor. Human trafficking generates hundreds of billions of dollars in profits by trapping millions of people in horrific situations, domestically and abroad. Whereas the city of Fresno reflects on the resilience of those who work tirelessly to prevent and eliminate this form of abuse and exploitation. The need for efforts for greater awareness and accountability regarding the crime of human trafficking. Now therefore be it resolved that Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council and Mayor, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the city of Fresno.
All right, last but certainly not least will be a proclamation from my good friend Mike Lopez. I'll ask any of my council colleagues who wish to honor Mike to join me at the front, as well as anybody you wish to bring up to the front with you as well, Mike. Yeah, come on, our brothers and sisters. Anybody that wants to come celebrate Mike, I invite you to come stand with us up here. Well, for any of you guys that know me, you know that I don't do too many of these proclamations. I do a few for groups and organizations that I think are doing a good job in our community, but it's pretty rare that I'll do a proclamation for an individual. I really want to make sure that if I'm doing a proclamation, somebody that really has truly given back to our community. I was trying to think back to the first time I met Mike, and I can't remember. He's just one of those guys that you feel like you've known for your entire life. It was probably over a Modelo at some campaign event, but when I moved back to Fresno in 2016, it didn't take long for me to meet Mike, because if you know this dude, he's the kind of guy that's involved in every single thing going on in this community, right? Whether that's sheet metal, whether that's the building trades, whether that's apprenticeships, whether that's Focus Forward, whether that's the Capital Oversight Committee, whether that's Artes America, whether that's part of a committee that passed the first ever citywide project labor agreement here in the city of Fresno. This guy has been instrumental and all of those things. And to aid you a little bit, this guy actually got started in the sheet metal industry the year I was born, back in 1991. Went through a 5-year apprenticeship program, and since then has been part of an effort to lead young men and women in our community through apprenticeship programs to make sure that they have good paying jobs here in the Central Valley, and has made tremendous efforts to our local community as well as our economy. And you've been part of so many great projects. He's probably one of those dads where you drive by everything and he's like, oh, I helped build that. I helped build that. But probably the most important thing you've ever built, Mike, is the lasting friendships and relationships that you have here throughout the community. I'm proud to call you a friend, Mike, and I could tell you the city of Fresno is better off for having had you in it. So congratulations, brother. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to a couple of my colleagues now if you want to say a few words. And then we'll get to you.
Well, nothing left to say. You said it all. Mike, I mean, you've been instrumental in some very key policies over the years. The leadership you've demonstrated through your local and through the larger building trades has left a lasting impact. I appreciate it, not only as a brother of labor, but as a union member myself. So, Mike, we're gonna miss you, but we hope we see you around. And as I told you before, I want to invite to the retirement party. Congratulations.
Which one? 710?
All right, sir. Well, I just wanted to say that I'm very appreciative for your friendship and for going to battle with me at State Center Community College District. We passed the first PLA there, and so that wouldn't have been able to have been done without your support and just your steadfast ability to always be there for us through the thick and thin. Mike is somebody that is always there at every community event, whether it is a community related event or a political campaign related event. If we need help, you're there for us. And so thank you for everything that you've done for us up until today. And I know you're not going anywhere, so I'm excited to continue to see more of you in the future. Thank you, Mike.
He's not dying, guys. He's still going to be around, okay? He's just retired from sheet metal work. He's still the president. Mike, you and I go way back. From my years at Fresno Unified, you were actually my appointee for, I think, the first and second school bond and the oversight. And Mike really became that person that I went to get educated on, workplace safety issues, contract issues, and then got to know you a little bit better. Apparently you like a lot of beer, because you drink Modelo's with him. We drink like Corona, Budweisers, and others other times. But I always appreciated your professionalism and the work you did with the sheet metal workers. I know that generations in our city have you guys to be grateful for empowering them to not just get a job, but get a career that can last them, 20, 25 years and build a good living. And that's always been your mission and the mission of the sheet metal workers in our community and labor. And so we were very proud of you. You've been really crucial for the project labor agreement that we passed here in the city. And I got to share a funny story about Mike, because I knew he would know the answer. So last month, we actually opened up the time capsule for the city of Fresno, and I saw a name of somebody that graffitied. It was a sheet metal worker, guys, sorry, inside of where the capsule was, and it was Dave Higgins, and it said Dave Higgins, sheet metal worker. So I was like, Mike's got to know this guy. So I remember I text Mike. Sure enough, right away, he's like, oh yeah, he goes, that's Gravy Davy. I said, I don't even want to know why you call him Gravy Davy. But the fact that you knew somebody from like back then, and I think it's 1990, 91, I think just shows you the historical and the institutional knowledge that you have of this place. And for anybody that doesn't know, it was the sheet metal workers that actually built this building that we're here in, and that's how the time capsule got put in. And as you can tell, it's not falling apart. That's what happens when you use union work. But Mike, thank you for all your years of service. I know you're still going to be the president of the trade, so you're semi-retired, so to speak. But thank you for your family for letting us borrow him for a little bit. But we still got some work to do there. Want to come up? Yeah. Don't be a spectator.
There's not enough room in all these egos. Mike, I'll keep it a little different and shorter, but when we talk about the PLA and such a big step for the city, people forget what happened all in between. In between, this chamber was full of folks when they were being told that the sky was going to fall and the city was going to go bankrupt if we did a PLA. And then we spent months negotiating with you and others here in the room. And you guys didn't convince us based on being friends with us or contributions or threats or strikes. You convinced us based on the stories of how a good paying job with the wage and benefit and retirement helps turn people's lives around. And that remains steadfast all through the way. And even when the mayor lost his way and vetoed the PLA, we all stood here and overrode him like in 5 minutes. And now he gets to enjoy the fruits of that labor with projects at the airport on time and under budget. The city did not go bankrupt. We continue to employ people from Fresno in our jobs. But I do want to share this with you. My mom continues to be proud of you and your family. We go way back. Michael is one more example of what happens when you come from Mendota. We're Mendodians. We transfer, we transplant, we shake and move, but we never forget where we came from, who we serve, which is our families and our community. So thank you for being yourself and keeping that core Mendodian in you. and for being a good son. As I continue to hear, they're pretty happy with you, and I'm sure a good father. Oh, we got a Republican or two.
Just for the record, I am a Democrat, believe it or not. Mike, I want to just thank you again. So when I first started, I come from a small business background, and I have family that are in labor. I've never been a member of the union, but I think the 6 Democrats in this council are honorary members, at least. I do want to say, though, when I first started, you and a lot of members of labor, actually, especially you, didn't just write me off and say, oh, he's going to do his own thing. You actually educated me on not just PLAs, but labor itself and what it means to be a part of a brotherhood and how you're connected and how it really leads to upward mobility. That's what we all want. We want people to have prosperity. And going and seeing some of the building trades and some of the calculations you have to do as a plumber, an electrician, I couldn't do that. It's beyond me. But it's amazing the amount of time you invest in someone to give them a better life. And it's the easiest way, I think, for us to support that quality work, to make that difference, and you were a big part of that. So thank you for educating me and giving me a chance to learn and be a part of what this great work you're doing. And if there's any way we can offer you a better package not to retire, we'll do that. Mine's made up. Okay. Well, thank you, Mike.
Well, as the only Republican, Mike, congratulations on your retirement, all the great work that you've done, the tremendous contributions that you've made. Well earned, you deserve it, and I see your colleagues too, all who have made great contributions, and I wish you the very, very best. Congratulations, Mike.
Before I hand it over to our honoree, would any of our brothers like to say a few words about Mike? Or are we going to wait till the after party? All right, Danny, here we go. Is this okay?
I'll make it really simple and easy. Luis, there was other trades that worked on this building. Mike's been a great partner in crime. Bad choice of words, maybe. But anyways, Mike's been a great partner. I'm the manager of the plumbers and pipe fitters, and we shared a lot of times together, a lot of knowledge, a lot of camaraderie, and yeah, we're losing a guy as a representative of labor. He's been a great representative for his members, but we're still keeping him on the building trades as building trades president, so we'll get to hang out with him still a little bit more and still absorb some knowledge.
Thank you, John. All right, if I'm going to hand it over to the family to do a little roast real quick before.
I just want to say how proud I am of my dad. He is a perfect example of started from the bottom. Now I'm here. And I'm just happy and I'm glad that you're finally retired. And he's the best example that my son's going to have. And I just want to thank you, Dad.
Well, I'm gonna look the other way. I'm really proud of you. You deserve it. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say I'm so proud of you, and I'm happy you're retiring, but I know you're still going to be busy doing things, and we're going to enjoy our new grandbaby there. And I just want to say I love you, and I'm happy for you, and I'm proud of you.
Oh my God, I'm ready to cry. I'm very thankful for you, and I am so happy that you're retiring, especially since you've been talking about it for years and years, ever since I was in middle school. I love you very much, and I'm so glad that you've made it this far.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to say that Mike has been a big support for us at Fresno EOC, the Valley Apprenticeship Connections program, as well as LCC program. You have always supported us. You have given our students great opportunities for a career, like they mentioned earlier. It's not a job, it's a career. I know you still have some of our students, and I really appreciate everything that you have done for us. And I know you're still going to continue to support us, and I thank you. To the family, I have heard it too. Since I met him, he's been retiring, and he's been talking about golfing, fishing, whiskey, and spending time with you. And so I'm excited to see this time has come, and thank you for everything that you have done for us.
Anything you'd like to say?
Well, I want to thank City Council President Tyler Maxwell. I want to thank City Council President Tyler Maxwell and the entire City Council for inviting my family and I here today, and for everything that you do for the residents of Fresno. Truly honored to be here. Growing up in the same neighborhood of Mendota that Councilman Miguel Arias and I come from, it would have been hard to imagine that I could be here today with a proclamation being presented to me. The city of Fresno has been very good to me and my family, of course, and I'm forever in its debt. I hope I can repay that debt by continuing to serve the community in any way I can. I want to thank my family and my friends, my colleagues for being here today. Without your support, I wouldn't be here. It wasn't uncommon to see my grandkids and my kids helping me at just about every event, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much. And to the City of Fresno Council members, thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you, Mike. Well, I think you've heard it pretty loud and clear, Mike. This community loves you and it appreciates all the work that you've done. You have a good man here, and Mike Lopez, and we're proud to honor him today. So with that being said, City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation into the record?
Whereas Michael Lopez was raised in Mendota, California by a single mother, Lupe Quintanar, and two great uncles, Carlos and Henry Navarrete. Mr. Lopez began working in agriculture at the young age of 15 years old, where he worked in packing houses along with his family. Mr. Lopez later graduated from Tranquility High School in 1984. And whereas Michael Lopez's sheet metal career began while working at New England Sheet Metal in 1991, where he was rapidly promoted to journeyman and later foreman. In 2022, Mr. Lopez completed a 5-year apprenticeship, which helped him excel in his career and earn him a certification in welding structural steel and light gauge metal. And whereas Michael Lopez has served as a business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 for 10 years and has led as president of the Fresno, Madera, Tulare, and Kings Building Trades Council for the last 3 years. He has also served on a variety of boards and commissions, including Fresno County Local Agency Formation Commission, City of Fresno Capital Projects Oversight Board, Focus Forward, Arte Americas, among others. And whereas Michael Lopez's career in the building trades and the labor movement is an inspiration to many who are looking for a career that provides them with the opportunity to be successful and earn good standard of living. And whereas Michael Lopez enjoys his free time with his children and grandchildren, going boating, camping, and barbecuing. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim the 19th day of January 2023 to be Michael Lopez Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations again to all of our honorees this morning. We're now going to move on to council member reports and comments, and we'll go in numerical order, starting with Council Member Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a great morning. Good presentations. All right, give me 1 second to get my notes out here. So, pretty busy few weeks since the last meeting. We did have a holiday that we all participated in different events for Martin Luther King Day. And it's a pretty remarkable, they say holiday, but for us it's more of a working holiday because it gives us a chance to reflect and to attend events and to really spend time with the community members that believe in Dr. King's legacy. And MLK Day, which wasn't started until the year I was born, 1983, was actually, the reason why it matters is it recognizes Dr. King's legacy. And it's a legacy of service, and it inspires us to serve in our own ways. A lot of things he advocated for, which include racial justice, economic stability, affordable housing, labor rights. These are all things that we still fight today. And the fight for justice is really ongoing. And we can use the day of Martin Luther King Day to reflect on the work Dr. King started and take responsibility for the work that we still have left to do. So thank you so much to the MLK Unity Committee, Gail Gaston, and so many others that made that possible. We also had an event for the retirement of Fire Chief Carrie Donis. So thank you so much, Chief. It was a wonderful event to see so many of your fellow firefighters there and speak so highly of you. Thank you so much for your service. And it's in an industry where only 4% of firefighters are women. She definitely, you realized in all the talk about what she had to go through to achieve the position of fire chief. And a lot has happened under her tenure. Thank you so much, Chief Donis, and wishing you well on the beach. We have, unfortunately, had 2 members of our community that passed away, and I'd like to request we adjourn in their memory. The first is John Shahadi, who was not only, as a kid, we did a field trip to the Producers' Dairy, so that's how I got to know the Shahadis, but also all the philanthropy the family has done throughout the years. So definitely wishing the family well at this difficult time. The other is James Hendricks. Now, I never had the honor of meeting Mr. Hendricks, but he did live in District 2. And this is a request from myself and Assistant City Manager Barfield, who's going to say a few words about Mr. Hendricks and his connection to our city.
Thank you, Councilmember. James was a former RDA director in the late 60s. I think he began in 69 after my dad left in late 68. And he also oversaw the planning department and a couple of other city departments when that unit was here. But he and 2 other young men created HA 56. It was Hendricks, Aldridge, and Williams. As you know, Joe Williams was a city council member and ran EOC, and has now been gone on to glory. And then Dr. Aldridge is still here and active, but they have done much for the community through scholarships. And then also Jim was very active with in healthcare and education. We talked about the bond initiatives at Fresno Unified. He helped with the first couple of those, so he will sorely be missed. So thank you very much, Councilmember, for recognizing him today.
Thank you, Mr. Barfield. So the last thing is on a more serious note. There's been a lot of rain, and fortunately, we were spared some of the more challenging issues places like Merced have had because we have the ability to capture so much water. But let's talk potholes, City Manager, or as they now are, sinkholes. And I know we've had a lot of...
they're not sinkholes, they're craters.
They're craters. Okay, they're craters. Okay, we'll go. Not that dramatic. But I just, we've talked about this, and I just want to, on the record, let you know that, of course, I'm sure people have reached out to you, they've reached out to me, and there's obviously a great need to discuss regular road maintenance. I know you're interested in that, and I want to hear what your thoughts are. But we have to have a greater conversation on that, because I can tell you that's what everyone's talking about. That's the chatter in my district. And it's a reflection, I think, on us as elected officials, and people want those not only patched, but long-term repairs, and I think that's why we have to have that greater conversation.
Yeah, so obviously we are trying to make sure and communicate to have people submit them in either 311 or Fresno, and Public Works is out there, full crew out there filling potholes as a result of the storms. I have asked Scott Mosier to prepare for a workshop to come back and do another refresher on our pavement management system and what the conditions of our roads are. And I guess the only thing I will say is potholes are not the problem. Deferred maintenance are the problem. Potholes are just, are the symptom of the greater problem of when our roads are in such poor condition and there are cracks that have been developed, and when we have storms like we do, the amount of water, and the water goes all the way down to the base. Potholes basically form from the bottom up. And so that's why you are seeing the enormous potholes all over our city. Kudos to Public Works, because I know they are out there every single day. Of course, when it's raining, we can go in and fill them, but we can't do sort of the hot the hot patches because you need a warmer temperature for that, for it to stick. And so we're out there filling them the best we can, the temporary. As the temperatures warm up, we'll be going out and doing more hot patches, but once again, they're Band-Aids. And I think all of you, well, just about all of you have the same concerns and questions, as does the mayor. So I think it would be good for us to plan for a workshop, hopefully in the February meeting. I've got Scott dusting off the last presentation we did, which was at least 6 months ago, of what we're talking about and sort of what the path forward looks like. But yes, acknowledge it is a problem. We're working on the temporary fixes, and we'll continue to do that, but encourage everybody to don't assume that we know, and go ahead and put the request into Fresno or 311 so we can make sure and get them added to the list.
No, I appreciate that. And I can tell you that there's a great sense of urgency on my part. I don't know if I can wait till February. I mean, the greater policy conversation will take time, and I understand that. And I'll be working with you on this. But I'm looking forward to working together. Thank you, Scott, for your crews. I've seen them in my district. I'm grateful to that. And there's going to be more storms coming, which is going to make it more difficult. But I'm just going to, fair warning, I have a very strong sense of urgency on this, so we'll be talking very soon. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of updates. First, I want to say thanks to the city staff. The last few weeks, you guys have been operating dewarming centers 24 hours a day to try and keep people safe and alive from the storm that was before us. But a couple of takeaways from my daily visits in the warming centers. One, kudos to your park staff. They did a really good job. And to the Red Cross, I observed quite a bit of positive interactions, de-escalation taking place. Very rarely did a police officer have to get off the chair and actually intervene. And, you know, there was, in my experience, no violence taking place, no significant issues were taking place. People were simply happy to have somewhere to stay out of the rain from. And secondly, the makeup of the folks who were there. We had people from Corso, Shaver Lake, Reedley, Selma, Sanger, across the city, the elderly who had been burdened out of their apartment and are now being asked to pay 3 times the amount for a down payment than they were before. So they've had to become homeless to try and, you know, gather enough of their Social Security to be able to get back to an apartment. You know, LGBT folks, mentally ill, folks with drug addictions. I would really encourage this council and our senior staff to visit the warming centers and interact with the people who are actually there. You will be pleasantly surprised that it's an array of the whole city. It's not simply the sound bites that some people portray or the labels that some folks portray. The real issues that lead people into the streets of Fresno and the fears that people were going to be assaulted and violence was going to take place in our shelters didn't come to fruition. You saw farm workers there who aren't working because of the rain and don't have nowhere to sleep but the streets of Fresno. So thank you to the staff for, I know it's not one of our core responsibilities. I would have hoped that the county of Fresno would have been operating these kind of facilities since they are the emergency response system and the human services response systems for the area. But thank you for a city for stepping up to do it. Also, thank you to DPU and DPW on all the fallen trees. Your guys' response was quick. You know, from within a couple hours of issues coming to your attention, you guys were able to show up and clear it. I appreciate that very much, and so do the residents. The conditions of the roadways are clear, but what I'm also hopeful that it's clear for folks is that all our existing roads that have the huge craters are as a result of decisions that have been made for decades not to invest in existing roads, and instead to use Measure C dollars to build new roads in the fringe of the city. So that's why you see a Shaw, a Herndon, a West, a Palm, a Jensen, a Belmont, a Kings Canyon, a Fresno, with craters all across. Because Public Works has been relegated to simply filling potholes versus reconstructing a whole roadway. that's decades old. So as we go into this conversation with the COG and FCTA board, it's going to be on all of us to really make sure that we are investing and reconstructing the existing roads as a top priority versus expanding and constructing new roads that only eliminate our ability and stretch our resources even more thin in the years to come. It's going to be a critical conversation for all of us. On the TCC projects, I did a site visit, city manager of the St. Res Food Share Hub, and I wanted just to share with you the feedback that I got from them. They were supposed to complete their project with a tenant improvement permit that takes 30 days. They gave me an earful that the permit took 9 months to get from the planning department, and the project had to be split and delayed for quite some time. So we'll be discussing that in the future as we try to figure out why a 30-day tenant improvement permit and other permits are taking so long. And lastly, I also want to bring to your attention to the city manager and to the city attorney, the 7-Eleven across the street from City Hall. It's a textbook case of a business that's clearly violating the conditions of the permit that require them not to be a nuisance and not to allow loitering to take place. Every day that we come into this building, all our employees, everyone who uses the Greyhound or Amtrak has to see folks sleeping against the building, inside the property, defecating on a daily basis. We have spent thousands of dollars as a city clearing them out on a daily basis. We have spent thousands of dollars paying for hazmat crews to disinfect and clean the human feces. And the business and the property owner continue to provide our call services and attracting and not managing their site as required by their conditional use permit. So I'm going to be asking the city attorney and the code enforcement to proceed with the actions and the steps necessary to engage in revocation of their conditional use permit, because they are a text case example of what it is when you violate every condition that's been laid out. For some reason, when they were approved, they were allowed to put a horn that's supposed to mitigate the homeless situation. The horn goes off multiple times a day, which I'm not sure how we agreed to that mitigation. They're not cattle, they're not animals. But every single day, the city manager, myself, and the mayor all have to see the human impact that's in that property. And no other business in the area is allowing that to occur except for this one business at one property, and it's right in the front of the face of the city of Fresno's building. So I've been patient 4 years of bringing this to the attention of the property owner and the business, 4 years of having code enforcement and city staff clean up, house, rehouse, reclean, and it's just been an ongoing problem for all of us. So I think it's time for us to hold the folks accountable for the conditions of approval that they were provided and that they agreed to when they opened up the business that provides the services that they do. With that, thank you for my time.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Next up, Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. City Manager, I just want to also publicly thank our team, the Parks Department. I also had an opportunity to go out and visit with some of the folks that were at the Mosqueda Community Center. Our team was amazing. They had meals for them. They had blankets. There were some community members and some of the churches out there that also took some supplies for them. And I had a couple of conversations with some of the folks that were there. Thank you for the updates too. It was very helpful to see how many folks were actually using the warming centers. There was a family there actually from Planeta that had family members here, but they would go there during the day and then at night obviously come and sleep at the warming center. They've now actually gone back to their community, but it was just a reminder of how the city of Fresno is really a leader and a regional player in providing some relief in the area of shelters, of services for them. But then we also had folks from Southeast Fresno that sadly sometimes sleep on the porch or the garage. But because of the weather, the coldness, actually had to go into the warming center. That was actually a very welcomed service for them. And our Parks Department just did a really great job. I wanted to commend our team. Aaron, thank you for the work that you and your team did. I really appreciate that. And then also thank our public work folks. People don't know, but there were some time back, a couple of years ago, when we used to have flooding everywhere. And as soon as they were turned in, we saw crews out there. I don't know if you guys trained or you did drills, but whatever you did, it worked. Clearing the shrubs, the trees, I don't think I've ever seen winds that strong in Fresno in a very long time, but our city was on top of it. And that's not just me saying it, that's residents in the neighborhoods over by Butler Park, over by Kirkhoff, over by Calawa. They were very appreciative of that, and I just wanted to publicly thank our team and thank you for whatever you guys are doing. Keep doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, I just also want to thank city staff, Scott Mosier, Public Works, city manager, for dealing with the flooding situation. We had several flooding areas in my district, and staff went out there quickly along with some flood control people, eventually got it under control. I mean, we've seen rainstorms I don't think we've seen forever. I mean, I've been here almost 40 years. We've had downpours, but downpours over several days is unusual. So I appreciate the efforts. I appreciate the efforts also at, as people have talked about, fixing the roads. I know you're inundated, this entire city, and we've talked about why that is, but I appreciate it, and I had the opportunity to be on the radio and acknowledged it on the radio. So it went out, and people know in the city that you're doing a good job and working hard to fix and repair the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I had the privilege this past Friday of attending a swearing-in ceremony for our Fresno Police Department. Of the 37 folks, I think about 21 of them were new officers. So while it was good to see folks getting promotions and see the non-sworn staff getting sworn in as well, really great to see the chief making good on his commitment to increasing our numbers to the actual positions that we authorized and not leaving those dollars on the table. So thank you to the department and to Chief. This past Monday, I had the privilege of marching, our annual MLK March, and just want to thank again, just like my colleague did, the Unity Committee for the year-round work they do in making sure that we have a slate of events to celebrate the life of the great Reverend on an annual basis. As I had said at the March, not all communities are blessed enough to have the slate of events that we do have. So grateful for those folks and their work. Also want to thank the school area team in code enforcement. I had a chance to go out with them in the Leavenworth neighborhood yesterday and see some of the great work they are doing in engaging neighborhoods, less of the stick approach and more of the engagement approach. And they'll be out there in that neighborhood, I believe, for about 3 months, engaging with neighbors and trying to bring folks into compliance and ultimately beautifying the neighborhood. So again, thank you to the school area team. With respect to the storms and some of the issues that we've seen with the trees, infrastructure, I do have to concur with my colleagues on the west side regarding the potholes. I want to thank the Public Works Director for his quick response on some of my concerns, especially with respect to the Fresno and Clinton intersection, which I will go out on a limb and say was the most wrecked intersection in the city following the storms. But we do still have a lot of work to be done, and so we'll continue to invest and hopefully kind of structurally solve these issues beyond the Band-Aid repairs. I know that particular intersection is set for repaving. So our goal has been and always will be to catch up on the deferred maintenance that was referred to. And speaking of deferred maintenance, we have a different kind of deferred maintenance on the edge of the city. I previously only represented the middle of the city, and now in my new district I have some of the edges there, and got a real taste of of the consequences of sprawling the city without installing the appropriate infrastructure. And that came in the form of flooding on the eastern edge of the city in my district. And I'm sure it happened on other fringes, other parts of the fringe of the city, in other directions as well. So, City Manager, I know you're working on a memo for us to kind of get us the details of how that all came about. We know generally how it came about, and we'll look forward to partnering on a more structural solution than temporary basis. So that's a mess is made by city councils and city leaders of the past, and problem in our lap now, and we'll look forward to finding, again, hopefully a structural solution. And lastly, I did notice the mayor is missing, and we'll give him a shout out for going all the way to DC with the other Democratic big city mayors and the Democratic president, and hopefully he brings home the bacon for us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember, I popped a tire recently at Clinton and Fresno, so I'm happy to hear that we're going to be improving that intersection. Yeah, it was expensive. Just wanted to let the community know that we're going to be hosting, along with Beautify Fresno, a neighborhood cleanup at Shields and West. My office gets a lot of calls of complaints at this intersection, so we're going to be spending a lot of time this weekend in the general vicinity, just making sure that what we can do to get it cleaned up. So if you're free, we're going to be meeting at 10 a.m. at the southwest corner of Shields and West. And then I just wanted to take a moment and thank our code enforcement team. My office has been very proactive out in the district. We are reporting abandoned homes. We are reporting homes that think it's okay to use their front yard as their personal junkyard. We're reporting abandoned vehicles, among other code violations in our neighborhood. So just appreciate the partnership with code and helping us to do what we can to clean up our neighborhoods, one neighborhood at a time in District 1. We are going to be targeting commercial property owners next. So this is a warning to commercial property owners. If you are being a bad apple in District 1, we are going to be hopefully partnering with you to do the right thing and get your properties up to code. And then I'll just echo my colleagues. My district is not unique to the issues that we've been facing with the recent weather. And so just thank you to the Public Works team for your dedication to making sure that we keep our streets safe all throughout the night. And just thank you to the Parks team for, it sounds like we had a very successful run at the 24-hour warming centers here all over our city. So thank you, everyone, for your continued dedication to our city.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Just a couple of thank yous. It's been said before, but I really do think it is worth reiterating. Our city staff did a phenomenal job these last couple of weeks. So thank you to the administration, our partners at the Poverello, FACS, Public Works, Parks, Facilities, our police department, all really stood up to the occasion. We had some torrential storms this past couple weeks, and I got some phenomenal feedback from my constituents. Branches fell down. They were picked up and removed within the hour. I've had major potholes where Public Works and our streets team went out and filled them immediately. I got updates from administration about how the weather shelters were running smoothly. We didn't have any major incidents. People were fed 3 meals a day. They had free fax rides to the center, and that's what makes me proud to be council president, seeing our city step up to the occasion and leading the way here in the Central Valley. And so really kudos to all of you guys. You really did a phenomenal job, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you again for all the great work. The last couple of weeks, I've had the honor of presenting certificates of recognition to both Brian Dominguez and Haley Wagner. They're the new presidents of the Realtors Association and the Chamber president, respectively, two organizations the city works closely with. And I look forward to working with both of those organizations in the coming year to ensure that our commerce is healthy, that our real estate market is healthy, because all of us on this dais rely on a healthy economy. We rely on our small businesses, whether that's on Kings Canyon Corridor, Blackstone, Shaw, River Park, Fancher Creek, Campus Point. We rely on those businesses and those families and those houses to be successful so that we in turn could be successful as a city, whether that's funding our police department, cleaning up our parks, or filling potholes. We rely heavily on these partners. And so we look forward to working closely with both of them in the coming year. I do want to thank, even though I wasn't able to attend the MLK March, I do want to thank Gail Gaston and everyone else that helped put together that annual event. And I also want to thank the gentleman who led Invocation this morning, Pastor Edward Darrell Thomas. He put together that Countdown to King event, which is the second annual event. It was held at the Tower Theater. It was my first time there in 3 years. But it was a great occasion where we had, from 9 o'clock till midnight, we had people throughout the city of Fresno performing arts, music, roundtable discussions, discussing the things that we have in common, discussing the things that are different amongst us, discussing the progress we've made as a city and the hurdles that we still have yet to overcome. And so I really appreciate all the folks in this community doing the good work on MLK Day to recognize those achievements, but also recognizing that we still have a lot of obstacles to overcome throughout the years. And lastly, I do want to thank the folks, Walt Bird and Gina Behrens at the Fresno County Athletic Hall of Fame. I was fortunate enough to get a tour this last Tuesday of the Fresno County Athletic Hall of Fame. It is located at the Save Mart Center in District 4. If you're a sport nut like Gary Bredefield, I recommend you check it out, or maybe you're just a history buff. It is really amazing to see how many professional athletes have come from Fresno County, have gone to school at Sunnyside or Roosevelt or Hoover High School and have made it to the NFL or the MLB or the NBA. And so really appreciate that tour. I didn't know that we had that hidden gem there, but it is located at the Save Mart Center. So I encourage anybody that hasn't seen it to check it out. And that will conclude my remarks and comments, and we'll hand it over to the city manager and mayor's office.
Thank you so much. Council members, thank you so much for all of the recognition to the staff. It really does mean a lot to them. And you guys just covered it very well, but the significance of, so first of all, Cal OES has convened a number of planning calls with all of the cities in California. The first one I participated on was Sunday, January 8th. And it was at that point, they have all of the various agencies, the National Weather Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, all of the public safety agencies, Caltrans, everybody. And following that call on January 8th, on about 2 hours' notice, I convened all the directors in a Zoom on Sunday. And the fact that we were able to convert our warming centers into 24-hour storm relief centers within a little over 24 hours is truly remarkable. Aaron Aguirre, the leader of the PAC, as the Parks Director, I don't think Aaron and his staff, when they took jobs in the Parks Department, and especially his staff, thought they were going to be working on recreational programs and outside and green space and working with kids. I don't think anyone ever envisioned that they would, in essence, be the lead in standing up for shelters on a very quick turnaround. So huge kudos to them. It was a total team effort as far as the storm relief centers, obviously facilities, police department, Poverello House. I cannot stress how on a moment's notice they stepped up and said we can provide meals, because of course as a city we are not in the business of standing up shelters. So given that we were going to be doing this for a short amount of time, folks were able to step up and make commitments. And everybody in the city stepped up. We had directors telling Aaron, okay, if you need help with this, I can help you. So really, really proud moment as city manager to watch the team. And you would have thought we were doing drills weeks ahead, because it really was remarkable. So thank you to everybody, the staff, a remarkable effort. And I'm super, super proud of everything that they were able to accomplish. I've continued to participate in the Cal OES calls. Actually, they just scheduled another one for 1 o'clock today. But we really are fortunate that there are communities that were, in way worse shape than us. Obviously, you just have to look up the road to Merced to see the condition that they were in. And as I noted in some of the updates that I was providing to you, while yes, we do have some issues on the fringe with regard to flooding, I'm such a city nerd on these kind of things, but our flood control system in this community is very unique. in the nation. Most urban cities do not collect flood control the way we do. Most urban cities, it goes into the storm drain system, and it overwhelms the storm drain system. So if you've ever heard the term sanitary system overflow, that's what happens when you have huge amounts of rainwater going into the storm system, which results in overflows, which is when you have raw sewage spills. You will see that all over the state of California in high storm events. If you're around the beach area, you do not go in the water, high bacteria counts. That's why that's happening. We don't have that problem in Fresno, and we don't have that problem because of the insight of our forefathers of the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District. And it is remarkable. If not for the ponding basin system, half of our city would be underwater. So a few things that our forefathers have done right, and that is certainly one of them. Yes, there's always work to do on getting the permanent facilities to catch up with growth, and we'll definitely have a discussion about that. But that is also very remarkable for our community. We always get a bad rap in Fresno, but we really are we've been innovators in certain aspects of how government and how communities function, and that is definitely one of them. So remarkable. Thank you. Appreciate the acknowledgement for that. Had a few other updates that went out. The long awaited security gate in the parking lot. Hopefully we're on the home stretch to completing that project in March. We've had a number of issues, whether it be supply chain issues and other problems along the way, but hopefully that'll be completed in the coming months. I think that's it. Yes, the mayor is in D.C. for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. It's the annual pilgrimage of all of the nation's mayors to Washington, D.C. I've been on that trip many times, and it is really a productive time for mayors to be able to learn what other cities are doing and bring things back to Fresno that maybe we haven't considered. I'm a big fan of not reinventing the wheel. So I look forward to the mayor's return and coming back with hopefully not just money, but great ideas as well. So thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. We're going to be taking public comment on consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session items. If you have not already filled out a yellow card, we do have some here in the chambers. Please make sure you fill one out. Bring it up to our city clerk here in the front. We do have some folks on Zoom, but we will be starting with folks in the chamber today, beginning with Fernando.
Council President, we didn't take a stab at the consent calendar before we go to public comment.
I had asked earlier if there was anything council wanted to pull from the consent.
So I don't want to pull, but we have
Fernando, give me 1 second. I have you sit down for a second. My apologies.
Yeah, so we have a school liaison subcommittee meeting on Monday, and I do need to appoint the members. So I don't necessarily want to pull item 1T, which is the boards and commissions, but if I can make offer an amendment so that it's included as part of the record.
Which would be?
So I believe as the school liaison subcommittee chairman, I need to appoint. Can I actually, city clerk, city attorney, do I have to wait till this is approved before I appoint? Or?
Technically, you're not chaired until we approve.
Well, I'm still chairman from this pass, but yeah, I'd have to wait for a whole new approval then.
What's the question again? Sorry.
So as part of the school liaison subcommittee chairmanship, I need to appoint a member or two to join me. Could I do that off the dais, or does that have to be done here on the dais?
So I think the appointments need to be confirmed by the council, and so they don't for that one? Then yes.
So then I can appoint those members off the dais before
Yes.
Monday? Okay, never mind then. We're good.
Okay. Hearing nothing else from my colleagues, we will go back to public comment. Fernando, my apologies. Could you please join us at the podium again? Thank you.
Is it good afternoon already? Good morning. Peace be with you. Well, I got a solution for your problems. The solution to all of your problems is called incompetency. You got the wrong people doing the job. That's why you have problems. I happen to fix some of those potholes myself, but I didn't use black tar. I used plastic cement. Perfect. One time. But what do I know? I see these people working out there, because I'm retired. I've been retired for 30 years, and I know Fresno like the palm of my hand. And every time I see somebody working out there, they're not workers, they're not construction, they're not road workers. You know what they are? Milkers. They're milking the job, that's it. But who hired them? Well, somebody said, what's in it for me? What kind of dividends they pay my way? That's where the problem lies. Too much conflict of interest. We need to straighten that out. We need to have an audit on checks and balances. Old business, unfinished business, $600,000 still missing. 3 years ago, what happened? Who dropped the ball? With our high technology, they could tell who. Mr. Dyer told me he knew who took that money. If he knew, where is it? Okay, we have one fall guy, Lima. What happened to him? Nobody did nothing to him. They let him go, walk free, just don't say nothing. We need to straighten up these problems. You will go bankruptcy if you keep going this way. You got $76 million now. How can we trust you guys if 600,000 is missing? What are you going to do here? How much are you going to steal down? So we need to get attention to the right people. I offered my services to mayor, called him up. Well, you know what? He did like everybody else. He changed the number. Typical. I don't know about that guy. Anyway, I also offered my service to Georgina about the electricity. I never got no bad feedback. They don't want to do it. You never got it? Somebody screened your mail. Did you guys get all that mental illness cards they gave you? Mr. Benefield, did you get your help? Well, you're a psychiatrist, aren't you? It's self-medication. Anyway, the thing is, the homeless, we need to stick to the homeless. I'm recommending you give a proclamation to Jerry Dyer for 2 million tons or pounds of trash that he collected when he should have been collecting the people, not the trash.
Thank you. That's your 3 minutes, Fernando. Next here in the chambers, we have Steve Diddy.
All right, so this is the first time I've heard about sinkholes in Fresno, and it made me think of Kevin McCarthy. Maybe he'd like to move to, or not move, maybe buy a house in Clovis. I don't know, he maybe owned a home in Oildale, I'm not sure. Anyways, on the agenda today is something about FAX bus service. It's something I frequently take, and I appreciate it. But one thing I like to do is be able to charge my phone now and then on the bus. So I was sitting there the other day looking for charge outlets on the phone, couldn't find them. So I'm an idea man, so that's an idea. I don't think they would want to put restrooms on the bus because I've heard they've done that with Greyhound, and no one wants to sit back there by they can't sell seats. The Greyhound can't sell seats back by the restroom anyways, or the stall or whatever. Anyways, I was also going to mention something about human trafficking and how you determine whether someone's been trafficked or not. I mean, do you ask on a job application in a massage parlor, have you been trafficked? Are you being trafficked? Are they going to tell the truth or not? So I talked about this last time in the County Council chambers. I was going to speak at a later date. So that's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Next in the chamber, we have Barbara Smith. Do we have Barbara in the chambers? Okay. Take your time, Barbara.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna turn on. Go ahead. Hello.
2 minutes, that's ridiculous.
Oh, boy. This is my first time ever come talking here. I'm homeless. I go to Touch Wheels Warm Center. You guys finna close it down this month. It's getting real cold. I have lost a lot of friends who sleep outside with blankets and froze to death. Please don't close down the women's centers. I lost 2 babies out here. If I didn't have the women's center, I would not be here today. I have seizures. I'm suicidal. And I've been out here for 15 years. I can't get no help. Don't think I ask. You're looking at a homeless person right here. I'm 54 years old. And I lost kids. I lost my grandkids. We just want to get a place of our own, to call our own. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Next here in the chamber, we have Amazing Jones.
Hello. I'm here today to speak out for the Women's Center. It is cold. It is rainy. It's not open 24 hours like it should be because we do need that support, and we love it. It's clean. It's somewhere for us to get away from the drugs and abuse. That's all I want to speak on. We just want to have it open to February, before February. And also in February, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Amazing. Next up, we have Daniel Dominguez.
My name is Daniel Dominguez. I just want to thank, first and foremost, thank the Lord up above. And I want to thank the real person that made this happen. Thank you, Des Martinez, our advocate, for helping us have somewhere to be safe at night. A lot of people don't understand that I would say something like that, but you know what? It happens. Things happen. My sister was raped out there, this past month, and things happen. We need places to be safe at night. And so I'm here to ask, that maybe we can have the warming center open next month. I mean, a lot of people don't understand what's really going on out there in the streets. We talk about this, talk about that, kind of like that flooding. Well, if we clean up the gutters, that might help a lot, because I know I go out there and clean them, and that stops the water from going down. It's common sense, but common sense is very common, nowadays. Anyways, thank you, guys. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Daniel. Next up, we have Sean Lee.
Me and my sister were here last week, and we talked about the homeless shelters out there. We finally got placed in one, and I'd like to thank Des for that. The homeless shelters over there are a mess. The lousy craftsmanship that they put them together with, you'd think with all the money that they spend on them things, they'd have a little more pride in the work they do. There's roaches in the rooms, and which isn't very healthy for people like me that aren't healthy to begin with. I'm on disability, and I can't work anymore. When I did I took pride in the work I did. I didn't do lousy craftsmanship like they do. You'd think all the money they spent to them construction companies, they'd do a little better work. The unit me and my sister are in has writing on the bathroom wall. They didn't even bother to paint over that before we moved in. It looks really messy in their rooms and everything, and it's I'm not very good at talking up here, but That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Sean. Next in the chambers is Gloria.
Hi. I just want to thank you guys for having me, let me speak here today. And I wanted to let you know that I did get housed. I am in a room right now with my brother. I'm thankful for that, and that's only because of and Des Martinez and Brad Hartley. And they're the only two I could thank for that, because you guys obviously don't seem like you really care what happens to any of us or where we go. We are people just like you are in my eyes. You might dress a little better. You might have a little nicer dinner than I have. Who knows? But at the same time, if you cut you and you cut me, we both bleed red. I came from good people. I never thought I'd end up in the streets. And honestly, my main reason is because I can't afford rent. The rent is just ridiculous. It's off the... Me and my brother both together, both of our incomes together. He gets SSDI and I get SSI. We can't afford a place together. I don't get that. My concern now, and being in the room that we're in, is we get lost in the system. That we just get pushed away, pushed aside, like everybody else is, it seems like. I've been hearing stories, horror stories of people that's been there since the day it's opened, and now they're getting pushed to the streets and stuff. It's really scary. It's really sad. I feel like I got help, but I got help to God knows what. I don't know where I'm heading. I don't want to be swept under the carpet and forgot about. I want to be placed in a place where I can afford to pay my own rent again, so I can feel human again, like maybe you and you. You know, I mean, it's really ridiculous. I don't understand why everything, why we can't get help after we get in. We're just getting in. I know people that's been there going on almost 3 years. I don't want to be one of them people. I just want help after I get through the doors. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Next up in the chamber, we have Natasha. Natasha will be followed by Crystal.
Okay, I've been in the program. I was in the program from February 17th, 2021. I was at the Journey Homes. I was there the day that Jerry Dyer came out and cut the ribbon and all that, and I got in. I was in the program until December 13th of 2021. They sent me over to the Hacienda. I've been there for a year, and I have a 15-year-old daughter that goes to Sunnyside High School, and now I'm being pushed back to the streets. I have nowhere to go. I was working due to the rules at the program where I was at the Hacienda. I couldn't have an overnight babysitter, so I had to quit my job. And now I'm stuck with really no income. How am I supposed to afford housing now, and I feel like I have a child, out here. I can't be sleeping in a tent. I can't be sleeping at a motel. They said that we were gonna get permanent housing. Well, I haven't got permanent housing, and I don't know where I'm gonna go. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Natasha. Okay, we got Crystal up. Crystal will be followed by Patricia.
Hi, so I'm here to talk about the homeless again or whatever, but my sister's been in the shelter for 2 years. I can't even go visit her or anything. I have to talk to her through a fence, and then at that, she'll get in trouble She's not getting anywhere in the system. I've been there for like 4 or 6 months behind her in a tent in the dirt field. I did my assessment, and when I went to go do my assessment again, I got turned away because we waited the whole entire time, and they told us that we couldn't get help until the next day to come back or whatever. I got tired of being told that over and over again. So now I'm just in the tent, and I didn't plan on going to get assessed again or whatever. But there's 12 rooms open in my sister's shelter. One of them's been empty for a year now. Every time we go down there and check, see if there's beds, they tell us no. And how is that helping the homeless or whatever? It's not. You guys ain't doing nothing to help.
Thank you. Next up is Patricia, followed by Des.
Hi, I've never come here before, but I wasn't compelled to come here. My brother was put in a homeless shelter at Travels in August. He had all his documentation. All that he had to complete was their program. In December, I called to see his progression. The manager there, Veronica, said that he had done nothing. I said, was he aware of these meetings that you have or whatever you needed to do? She said, no, he just sits out there. Okay, but he has multiple head injuries from seizures. You have to remind him, you have to give him physical paperwork. They're telling him what to show up. He's very good at keeping appointments if he sees the dates, the times. She denied it. She said that all she said was she'll pull him in. On January 7th, I got a call from Des Martinez telling me that my brother was in the hospital, that he had been there repeatedly, and that the shelter did not call me. I called the hospital that same evening. The hospital said that the shelter gave them no emergency contact information when I personally put my contact information for him. I called Des back, and she told me to talk to someone named Jerry. Jerry helped me and got me to another nurse or someone there that got my information because they weren't even aware he had a sister. So once I verified all that, the doctor called me the next morning on the 8th and told me the severity of his injuries and that if they didn't think he was going to make it through the day. I got there that morning on the 8th, and I stayed with him until he passed. The next day, Angelica called me to ask me how my brother was, knowing that Des was out protesting the shelter because he had passed away. Now, my problem here is that, although I understand you finding some great thing about picking up a tree, picking up floodwaters, what about picking up the people on the floor? I'm sorry, but that's inexcusable. I find that Fresno City is not following up with these shelters. These managers, these case managers, these employees are incompetent to run these shelters, much less have the medical experience to care for people who are sick this way, who are disabled and are in there and have multiple seizures. With the day they called the ambulance for him on the 6th, they didn't even know who he was. They told him a man wasn't making sense, although he has been there since August. I'd like you guys to audit. I'd like you guys to find these people. I want to know how many people actually make it through this process, because it seems like none of them are. And if you're not processing these, the ones out in the street are going to stay there.
Thank you, Patricia.
I'm sorry, but you guys really, this money was allocated to take care of these people, not just stick them in a room. There's supposed to be a
Patricia,
process.
that was 3 minutes. We're going to have Des Martinez next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Des?
want to use my time to share a message from.
Because of a few bureaucratic rules, it doesn't make sense. And you got people breaknecking, trying to get to America. Land of the living, the prosperous place.
Billionaire going into space.
But they don't know the other half of the story. Ask the homeless. You feel me? So right now, the reason I said that the off-ramp, as opposed to those who sleep other places, to me, all of it is dangerous. No matter where you go. You go over by the playground, you got gangbangers everywhere over there. Gangbangers everywhere, matter of fact. But, you know, little youngsters like that, they think it's their neighborhood. They don't realize you've been there 50, 60 years. And they don't care. Hey, man, where you from? Oh, here for you. You know, so I'm just saying, being homeless is a dangerous thing. I've always known it. That's why when my brother said, I can't never find you, that's good, I'm doing my job. I'm doing my job. Because I want to argue, I can be confrontational where we go back and forth. Then I realized 30 minutes after you gone, I wonder, was he mad? After all, I gotta close my eyes. Now I gotta sleep with one eye open. Oh, or either change spots, or either the police gonna make me change spots. Either way, you're not gonna be able to be stationary. You're gonna get moved, you know. So affordable housing is an important thing. I know they have to make shift different places, but it's not enough. And it sure doesn't say it's $200 million worth and another 21 million coming. Yeah. Most of all, when it comes to the emergency shelter, that's what I basically think of. And I think of it because, like I said, I've been homeless most of my life. And I know what it feels like to get up from the gutter and somebody picking on you. Man, you just want to be like this. How come you don't get a job? Yeah, right. I've been sleeping in the bushes 3 weeks. I'm supposed to just get up and brush the little dust off and go in there and see an employer. Yeah. Dirt coming all out my ears. Yeah. You have to, it's a job to get a job. Absolutely. Yeah. Everybody that's homeless can testify that, and they can tell you. It's a job finding some water around here these days. I look at that water running. What?
Thank you. I just want to share that Sunny has been a part of my life for 7 years, and I'm pretty sure that everybody has known Sunny through Homeless in Fresno, or if you lived on the west side and grew up on the west side, you knew Sunny and his whole family. Sunny was killed 2 nights ago. He was hit by a car.
Unfortunately, that's the end of the 3 minutes. We're going to have to go on to the next speaker.
And I'd like to invite you to his vigil tonight at 5 o'clock. Tyler.
Thank you.
On
Next
the side
up
of
in
Elm
the chambers,
Street.
we have Nefesha.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. So good morning, everyone. I'm Nefesha Ruth Yisrael. I'm the executive director of the African American Museum. Just stepped in, and I'm blessed to stand before you all today. My intention is to introduce myself to each of you and begin a conversation and to continue a partnership with our city council. I stand before you just off the heels of Martin Luther King Day, a day that we celebrated the work of a man that pushed us all to remember equality and fight for justice. I bear the responsibility to continue the work started by our ancestors of the civil rights movement and to continue to share our history as African Americans in these beautiful United States, and more specifically, here in this rich and broad history of African American life here in Fresno. In the African tradition of honoring our ancestors, I acknowledge our founders, Jack and Rosa Kelly, and the various other founding board members of the African American Museum. In the words of Lonnie Bunch, the founding director of the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, a museum is not a community center, but a museum sits at the center of a community. I offer congratulations to you, Council, President Tyler Maxwell, for becoming president of our City Council, and I would also like to thank our District 3 Councilman Miguel Arias for his continued support of our institution. We are looking to our communities and our city's support to redevelop our museum. I proclaim as I stand here before you today, this is and will be a milestone year for our museum and for African American history within our community as we function with new leadership and new board members. And lastly, I would like to invite you to our Trailblazers event, which is on February 24th at 6 p.m. Join us as we celebrate government officials, religious leaders, healthcare professionals, and community trailblazers. Thank you, and I look forward to building the relationships with each of you and to continue to build communities and institutions that we can be proud of here in Fresno.
Thank you, Nefesha. Lastly, here in the chambers, we have Brandy News-Villegas. Brandy?
Thank you. I want to continue what Des was going to say and invite all of you to the vigil for Sunny. It is 5 o'clock. It is on Elm and California Street, right by Valley Gas, right around the corner from Maxie Park. He was a great man and amazing, one of our amazing artists in Fresno, and we're grieving his loss. Miguel, thank you for your assessment of the warming centers and for other people's comments. That was extremely important. We've, like mentioned, there's families. I want to back up those who are asking for it to be open through February because some of our coldest days are in February. And one of the huge things is continuity. I know we previously did when the weather temperature reaches a certain temperature to open it, but once people leave, people know it's there. If it closes and opens again, it's really hard to find people again. And this has been a vital resource. In fact, Barbara and other people, when they are here, they actually, there's been people who have had health issues because of the weather, and they've had to call the ambulance while they're at the warming center. So there is a lot of lives that are literally saved because they were with them that night and were able to call, including Barbara. There's the need is shown by the fact that it has been full this entire week, like every single one of you guys saw that, more than full. I've been giving rides when it's been reaching capacity at warming centers to other warming centers. I know that Maxie doesn't necessarily always have the cots, but they have the space and they have the welcome, and they have been accommodating to getting people in. Last night, the Fresno Mission was closed, will be for 3 days, and they took in everyone they can. So this is the fact that it's full, that we are transporting people. Sometimes it's overfull in Mosqueda and Pinedale, and I'm giving them rides late at night over to places so that we can get them into these places. Shows how huge this is. So I want to ask not only that it continues through February, but also that whatever support can be given to expand and maybe see if there's other centers, other ways to be able to get more rooms, more cots for Max-C, because this shows how much people need in the community. And I also want to ask regarding code enforcement to consider the fact that these placements aren't solving the problem, that there's a lot of people that are just getting shoveled around. Last time I mentioned a woman who was crying because of things. I just got a call yesterday that those people, the day after we stopped doing the enforcement, the tents were taken, and it's going to be extremely cold. And that lady mentioned to me that she had multiple mini seizures just because of the stress of constantly having to try to save their stuff with these placements. So please consider that. Please consider, as some have mentioned, having more accountability to ensure that our motels are functioning in the way that is serving our people, that people are getting services. And I also, and that want to thank you for the work with the human trafficking. I remember working with the Central Valley, helping the Central Valley Justice Coalition start in 2009, and it's amazing what has been accomplished in our community. And also thank you for honoring Skippy. She's been an inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandy. We'll now move to our virtual communications. City Clerk, do we have anybody queued up?
Yes, our first speaker is Robert McCloskey. Robert, you're on mute if you want to go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to give my heartfelt condolences to Des and others that knew Sonny. I had known Sonny. I've met him a few times, and Des was going to say he was killed while trying to get hit by a car to a warming center. I urge you to, I plead with you, keep the warming centers open through February at least. There's a lot of elderly and disabled people out there. I can testify to that. I know Barbara. I've given Barbara many rides back to the library in the morning. If anyone deserves housing, it's her. She's been sick on the street. She's had heart attacks. Poverello doesn't help her. Nobody helps her. This woman should get housing today, Mr. Phil Skies. I just wanted to thank Des Martinez, Brandy, and Cindy and others that are out there every day. I have been giving rides. I did last winter. I came out this winter and was giving rides until I came down with COVID. Now I'm getting better. I'll be out there again. But I can tell you, I've giving rides a few weeks ago. I gave a sleeping bag to a gentleman and his pregnant wife. You guys threw it away last week. People are out there getting donations, spending their own dollars, which Heart throws away. Please stop doing that. I want to know where the tiny home village is. That was $10 million has been allocated for that as of March. $5 million from the state, $5 million from the city. It still hasn't broken ground. That would house at least 100 people. Can't we get this project out of the ground? I urge people to stop criminalizing the homeless. There's a lot of disabled elderly folks that will be saved. Their lives will be saved by keeping these centers open. And I wanted to reiterate what they're saying about these shelters. There should be an immediate audit of RH and Turning Point or a grand jury investigation as to what they're doing with these millions of dollars they're receiving from the city to provide so-called services to the clients there. We know there's an emergency. These shelters are closing. There's still no plan as to what to do with this. And Mr. Arias brought up defecation today. I just sent every member of the council my latest article called Excremental Change, the Need for Public Toilets Now. It's the city's responsibility to provide sanitation and water to every resident of the city of Fresno. All you do is complain about the waste. Well, get out there and set up some restrooms. Do it tomorrow. Do it today. There's no excuse for this. You folks are out there causing diseases to be spread throughout the city. And everyone that, like Mr. Miguel Arias said at the last meeting, I know it was heartfelt and I give him credit for saying it. I have to drive by people that are dead in the morning because the warming centers aren't open. Well, Mr. Arias, I hope your other council members heed your words from the last meeting and keep these centers open. Thank you all.
Next, we have Carla Martinez. Carla, you're unmute.
Hi, it's not Carla Martinez, it's Lisa Flores. How are you guys doing?
Hi, Lisa. Go ahead.
Hi, first off, I want to thank Public Works for filling those potholes, but you know what would be better is if you fix the roads in District 3. So I don't have to hear Miguel talk about them. I'm tired of hearing Miguel talk about them. Fill the potholes, get them in new roads. Parks Department staff, working with community centers, thank you, thank you, thank you. Question, with the storm that recently passed through, you got a lot of trees down. Where's the wood going? Is it going to a nonprofit? Just kind of wondering what's up with that. And also too, with this latest storm and the state of emergency. Now, you guys know you are data gathering during this storm surge and stuff, and it was a great opportunity, and it showed you how many people would actually use the centers and also your cost. So what I'm expecting from staff is to look into policy, staffing, and money going into this summer and making sure that we don't have people coming to you saying we're dying of very bad air quality and heat this summer, because now you guys have the data, now you don't have an excuse. Also too, February is notoriously the worst month of the year for cold in the valley and for respiratory illnesses. So I would encourage you to keeping the community centers open. Also too, just to give you a little story, when the storms came through, I was worried about the 2 trees in my backyard coming down because I was worried about losing electricity. And being a high-risk heart patient, I thought, well, okay, I'm going to have to gather up me and my dog and where we're going to go. But also, too, in my emergency plan of evacuation, due to not having any electricity, my apartment runs totally on electricity, is my elderly neighbor. And where would we go? And we would go to Ted C. Wills until we figured out with our insurance company where they would put us up. And after hearing Jerry Dyer saying that they were at capacity of 65, I started to wonder, why didn't the city, in their optimum wisdom, not open up additional community centers? Because, I was thinking I would really hate to see me and an elderly gentleman sitting in our car trying to keep warm when we're totally covered with ADA issues. So that is my other question. Then my other question also too is, are the showers up and running with hot water? Because I heard they weren't, because I was looking at possibly having to use their shower if the electricity went off, because, my hair has to be washed and all. And finally, Tyler, when someone comes before the city council and is grieving and is announcing a memorial service, the most compassionate thing you can do is give them a little bit more time. I know that is not the person you are, and I expect you to be better in the future. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Carla Martinez. You are unmute.
Hi, this is Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. I'm making comments on 3A. The numbers shown today regarding the eviction protection program highlights the need for a comprehensive EPP program in Fresno. As of November 28th, some of the highest number of calls came from zip code 93727. Residents are in dire need of help regarding housing issues that go beyond evictions and include illegal rent increases, landlord harassment, and habitability issues. A fully established EPP program in the city includes a citywide multi-language public awareness and targeted outreach campaign, public education workshops, a hotline to provide legal advice to tenants, legal representation for tenants facing unlawful detainers, and real-time same-day legal advice and representation at Fresno County Courthouse on eviction court days. We urge you to provide additional services through this program that residents call for. Finally, we want to thank the EPP team for coming out to a Know Your Rights workshop that LCJA, CRLAF, and tenants together held before the holidays to help families avoid the worry of an eviction and enjoy time with their families. I also want to echo our houseless advocates and keep the warming centers open to keep folks alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lethal Garcia. You're on unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Warming centers need to be open through February and into March because it stays very cold way after the end of January. An elderly gentleman I've served as an outreach worker froze to death because all he had was a wet blanket. I know you know of the number of other deaths as well. I'm tired of going out day after day, hearing about and seeing firsthand, excuse me, sorry, I lost where I was. Firsthand how cold our brothers and sisters are out there. I tend to cut off outreach in the 4 o'clock hour because it's too cold for me with my chronic pain disorder. I cry in my car because no one out there has the privilege to just drive home like me. On this subject, Maxwell was quoted as saying, "Throughout this next week, I have instructed our city attorney's office and our code enforcement to not interfere with any of the encampments that we have as the storm is passing, but to go out to the known encampments and to pass out information as far as the free transportation, the 24/7 shelters across our city over the next week, and the food services provided by the Poverello." Now, the owner of an abandoned lot called 311 and his wishes were prioritized. And I think it's safe to say it makes many of us feel lied to because you leaders are saying one thing, but Hart, POV, and code enforcement are doing another. As an advocate, I was also lied to in my face by all of these people, which makes me distrust. Also, POV should have brought some food out to this camp. So when Sarah Mahari was turning people away, they weren't even giving them food. Arias and Perea both say they are getting on both commercial property owners and 7-Eleven, but I didn't hear y'all say anything about safe spaces with the proper amenities. So basically, you just admitted 2 sweeps, and I know firsthand that POV won't shelter everyone. This cycle is vicious. And earlier, Georgianne said something about not in the business to stand up shelters. Girl, please, you and Bretta Field's box dye job are dismissed. Thank you, council.
Go ahead. Next is Rex. Rex, you're unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Council President and members. My name is Rex Heim, and I'm the Regional Relationship Manager for the Central Valley for the Western Electrical Contractors Association, or WECA. If you're not familiar, I hope to change that. WECA is a premier independent electrical contractors association. We provide innovative state-approved training and education programs necessary for much-needed local workforce development and critical business services to our members and students. I'm here to point out item 1K, and the substitution is yet another example of PLA's discouraging competition in bids. Merit shop contractors getting an equal opportunity through fair and open competition in construction is imperative. And while I apologize for not being there to address you in person today, I'm looking forward to developing relationships and getting to work with all of you on issues like this in the future. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to be a resource to you. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you. Council President, those are all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. Seeing nobody else on Zoom and nobody else here in the chamber, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Motion by Councilmember Bertefield, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, motion passes 7-0.
6, I believe. Is Carbasi?
My apologies. Passes 6-0. Councilmember Carbasi is absent. All right, we're going to try to tackle as many of these contested consent items as possible. And we're going to go in the order that they were pulled. And we're going to start with item 1E as in Edward, that is approved the First Amendment to the Bank of America contract for banking services, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, city staff. Controller, I read through this item and it was brought to our attention per the staff report that the agreement with Bank of America expires this year. And of course, you have 2 one-year extensions in the horizon based on the contract that we awarded through a public bid. What are your plans to put out a new bid for these banking services?
Sure. Good morning, Council President, council members. At this time, we haven't had serious conversations about going out for RFP yet again. If that's something that the council has pleasure in doing, we can certainly explore that as a staff team. I will say that we're squarely focused on continuing the implementation of the ERP system, and so it does sound a little daunting to be considering another banking institution while we're still working through the implementation of some of those processes, even right now with this item. I mean, that's really the reason for bringing that here for approval today. But again, if that's something the council would like us to explore, I'd be happy to take it up.
The reason I ask is that the agreement expires mid-year this year, and you, of course, have the right to extend it for essentially 2 years, but my understanding an RFP process in the city takes at least a year. And the last thing I want is to be a year from now having staff request extensions of the contract because you didn't have time to do an RFP or you didn't plan for an RFP. So I simply want to bring it to your attention that 2 years out in this system is pretty adequate time to begin the process. Secondly, I noticed also that Bank of America recently closed a brick and mortar bank in my district in West Fresno, and the building itself has become deteriorated. Is there any conversations on how we ensure that our business partner, this case Bank of America, does not add to the blight of the city by managing their properties when they vacate them?
I'm not aware of any specific conversations, but I'd be more than happy to bring that to our account rep and,
if you could, that'd be helpful because
Absolutely.
it's a pretty big eyesore in West Fresno, and I'm sure they have a right to close banks, but they also have a responsibility to maintain their property and not become a nuisance. The last thing I want is another fire to be set on, in that vicinity. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to item 1G as in George, approve a lease agreement between the City of Fresno and Barricon Partners LLC to lease office space, and this was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Why don't you start with me, Councilmember?
Oh, thank you, City Manager. I just, as you know, I read all these documents that you guys provide us, and what called attention to me on this item is that we've been leasing these buildings since 1977. So it seems pretty weird to me that we've been leasing that long and not, moved to acquire either that building or space to accommodate a clear need, since we've been leasing it for, probably 40 years now. Is there any plans to assess whether or not we need to acquire space for future accommodations, or are we going to continue leasing for another 30 years?
So I think with the establishment of the General Services Department, and they're in the process of recruiting now for their lease people, I think it's a perfect time to take a look at all of the leases that we have out, whether it be this one or other departments that are leasing space off-site, and have that conversation. The past practice of the city is not to acquire, not to purchase, but I agree, a lease since 1977, yeah, we probably could have, bought a building, but I'm sure back in 1977, we weren't thinking that we were going to be in a building for 40 years. I know this particular building is not for sale, but we can, I do, as you know, I really want to get a lot more methodical and organized in our leases, and as soon as we get the staff on staff, that I want to take a look at everything and evaluate. So I would appreciate the ability to approve this extension for now. We definitely want to look at all of our long-term, because right now, I have to tell you, we are looking at outside lease space for some other departments since we're full in this building, and we just really, I think it'd be good to be much more comprehensive about it.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and just know that if we approve this 3-year agreement, it would take us to 49 years of leasing the space, which is a long time for a lease. So I would appreciate you guys, now that you guys have kind of facilities under one umbrella, assessing this lease and others that are similar in nature. And I also want to put in a plug for the city attorney's office needs more office space. So we can, figure out how to do that. That would be helpful too. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Bredefield. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. We'll next move on to contested consent item 1O as an ocean, actions pertaining to receiving non-storable flood flows from Illerton Lake. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director Brock, I read thoroughly through the item, but for the benefit of the public, can you tell us essentially what you're asking authority to be able to do if we were to approve this item as requested?
Sure. Good morning, Council. Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. What we have in place is a Class 1 contract with the Bureau of Reclamation, and each year they give us an allocation of that water. Our standing contract amount is 60,000 acre-feet, and depending on the hydrology, rainfall, storage in the reservoir, they'll make an allocation and we'll get a certain percentage of that. Through that contract, we also have access to other water. We have uncontrolled season, which they release when there's a lot of water flowing into the dam. They have unreleased restoration flows that are used for sustaining fish downstream of the river. If that's not used, that can be made available. And in this case, we're talking about 215 water, which is non-storable water behind the reservoir. And that would just mean there's more water coming into the dam that they can't take advantage of. And this is classified as 215, and we can get it for, like $10 an acre foot.
That's exactly why I pulled the item, because I read through all the documents and I couldn't ascertain, because this item, if approved, would give you authority to engage in purchasing of water, excess water from the Bureau, correct?
That's correct.
But I could not identify what authority we're giving you to pay for that water, I mean, in what amount. So nowhere did I read that we're agreeing to up to $10 an acre feet, up to $100 or $1,000 an acre feet. What is the typical range, and how much authority would you have to go and purchase that water?
It would depend on how much is really made available. Bureau of Reclamation will look at what the inflows are. They'll make it available to all the Class 1 contractors, and then we would get a percentage of that. Our percentage typically on the Friant is around 5%. So whatever they make available, we would get a percentage of that. It's hard to gauge how much would be available, but we have budgeted in the water division so much each year to buy the water, and so we would be using that allocated money or others if we didn't have sufficient in that one account.
What I'm trying to ask is not how much acre feet you would purchase, because that's all depending on the climate, the environment, but how much authority do you have to pay for that acre feet based on this item? Can you pay $1,000 an acre foot of water, or are you capped out at $10 an acre foot of water? Nowhere in this document does it indicate whether we are giving you a range.
Right. It's historically been $10 an acre foot for this water. If you want to set an authority on a range or something, that's something that we can consider. But just as dynamic as it is to get a hold of this water, pricing too can be dynamic, and the Bureau is always working on updating their cost.
And the Bureau sets the rate, right?
They do.
It's not a negotiation. The Bureau of Reclamation says, we're going to make 215 water available at $10 an acre foot. Here's what everybody, you can take up to, put your orders in. And apologies, we did sort of slap this together right before the agenda deadline because we just were notified from the Bureau. So understand your concern if you do want to put some cap on it, but I can assure you we would never pay $1,000 an acre foot for flood flows because right now the water, unfortunately, like everybody is trying to find a place to put water. So we will only take the water that we have a place to put. And of course, we're focused on recharge.
And City Manager, I'm not a water market expert, so I don't want to put a cap in it. I just want to have an idea, because whatever rate you pay would be then transferred to ratepayers in the form of, higher fees. So do we have an amount that we budgeted for?
There is.
To be able to buy?
Typically, each year, historically, we've been budgeting about 50% of the 60,000 acre feet we have available just because the climate has been.
How much money is that?
How much money is that? Somewhere, so between the purchase of the water, we're looking at 1.7 million, and then there's conveyance, and it's a similar amount. So it's about 2 million for the water and conveyance, approximately.
That's the number I was looking for. I'm trying to get an idea of the scope of the cost. Are we authorizing you $100 million of enterprise expenditure, or are we authorizing
like
$2 million?
No, sir. Nothing like that.
That's the only question I had. I wanted to understand exactly what the financial implications were of our authority that would be granted.
Okay.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Council Vice President Perea. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Next contested consent item is 1P as in Paul, actions pertaining to the 2022 Project Safe Neighborhoods Grant Program. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Hey, Chief. Just had one question, Chief. As I read the staff report, there's a section that reads that some of these funds would be used to buy ballistic vests that protect against rifles. And the way it read to me suggested that the current ballistic vests of the department do not currently protect against rifles, ammunition. So can you provide some clarity on what's the status of the vests that our officers walk around with versus what you're proposing to buy with these grant funds?
I'll be happy to. Thank you, and good morning. Paco Balderrama, Police Chief. The vests that are being replaced are for our Magic team. So they have TAC vests, which are not your everyday vests that officers wear in uniform. In order for them to be ballistic rated for rifles, they have to have a plate. Basically an iron plate or a fiberglass plate, depending on the brand that you buy. So these are to replace all of the TAC vests for our Magic team. Those have a 10-year lifespan. Other regular vests that police officers wear have a 5-year. So this is just, this is a separate fund. All of the police officers who don't work in Magic, they're getting their vests replaced on a regular basis before they expire. This is simply to equip that particular team.
Understood. And what do you do with the vests when they expire?
Typically, we get rid of them. There is a liability as far as transferring them over to other agencies. I can tell you that when our friends from sister cities in Guadalajara came up here, they requested maybe a possibility of us transferring over those expired vests to them, which I'm open to it, but there is a little bit of a liability if somebody wearing that vest were to be shot and they don't work because they're no longer under warranty.
So right now, what do we do with them when we get rid of them?
We do get rid of them. We have some type of a disposal system to, pass them off. I don't know if they're recycled or what,
So
but we
they don't
can't
end
keep
up
them
in the
around.
hands of the general population?
No.
Okay, that's my only question on this item. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Next contested consent item is going to be item 1Q, as in Queen, actions pertaining to the 2023 Law Enforcement Specialized Unit Program. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Chief, I read through the item, and recently we had a series of nonprofit organizations that we contract with, including Advanced Peace and others, and the city manager and a council committee did a very thorough job of making sure that the deliverables for the agreements were very clear. As I read through this item in the agreement, I noticed that we included what we're going to pay for the nonprofit partner, but there was no reference to what deliverables they're going to actually provide us. Like, for example, what I'm looking for is how many folks were served the previous year, how many folks are being proposed to be served under this new grant agreement. All I saw was we're paying for 2 of their positions, we're paying for computer equipment, we're paying for hardware, software. Can you provide us any insight on how many folks are intended to be served with that partnership?
Absolutely, I'll be very happy to. So far in 6 months, we have had 147 call-outs. Those are after-hours call-outs, which our domestic violence advocates come out and support our law enforcement personnel who are taking DV reports. As you already know, I'm sure, Fresno is top-rated per capita as far as the worst city for DV. Being that we get more calls, more domestic violence calls than any other large city in California. If you compare us to the cities that are 100,000 citizens and up, then we're number 2, second to Bakersfield. So huge need here. These are actually our advocates. The Marjorie Mason Center is a pass-through agency because we have to partner with a local nonprofit that's providing services. So they actually work for us in our center. They pay for 1 detective, and they're probably overly utilized. I have Deputy Chief Mark Salazar here, who was over investigations, and he gave me fresh numbers. Last year, we got 9,700 DV calls, almost 10,000 domestic violence calls. Those were worked. The number that were worked were about 5,500, being that there was viable suspect victim information. That means each detective gets 700 cases per year. That's way too many. So we really need these advocates to help us provide services, support our victims so they will testify in court. We can hold people accountable. So that's what they do. We keep track of the outcomes as far as people served on an annual basis, even a monthly basis. So I'll be happy to provide a full year staff for you if you want that.
And what I'm looking for just in the future, if you can just include in the item how many people we anticipate serving, so that we get a scope of, the deliverables.
I think that's a great idea. We'll do that in the future.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, the item passes 6-0. Councilmember Carbasi not present. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Next contested consent item is 1V, as in Victor, resolution confirming emergency conditions, impact ability to meet safely in person. This item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to pull the item to have a discussion amongst our colleagues. We started this process of participating remotely as charter officers, given the pandemic was pretty hot. And over time, we've seen all the institutions go back to business as usual in person. We've also, I think as a city, made it clear to our employees that they need to return back to in-person work. A lot of them have. The pandemic is still around. People are still getting sick. But I think it's time for us to lift this emergency resolution. Most government bodies, I think actually all of them in our county, have returned to in-person attendance of their governing bodies and are no longer doing the emergency exemption to participate remotely. I know some of us have taken advantage of that participation remotely when we're out sick or we're traveling. But I wanted to have a conversation amongst the council whether it's time for us to move on from this exemption and have all of us back in person. And of course, you know, when circumstances don't allow, then you miss a meeting, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But that's what I wanted to have a conversation about with my colleagues.
Councilmember Arias, I'll respond to that first before handing it over to Councilmember Chavez. I disagree completely with you. COVID is still very real. Yes, we have a vaccine. Yes, we're getting it out. We're getting more people tested than we were 2-3 years ago. Every single council member on this dais, save except for our newest member, has definitely benefited from this item. We've each been exposed or had COVID or thought we've been sick with COVID, and we've stayed home and been able to conduct city business. Without this item, we're going to be put into a position where either we have to stay home and not be part of a meeting and not vote, or we have to be somewhere publicly noticed that the public can access. And so that puts council members in a tough position. If they want to vote, they're either going to have to come in here and potentially expose all of city staff, or if they stay home and they notice it, they could be exposing the public to potentially deadly virus. I understand the frustration. I don't think any of us take advantage of this item, but it definitely has its purpose. I'm curious if city attorney knows how long we're able to continue having this item on the agenda. Do we have any indications from the state?
Yes, so pursuant to AB 361, we can do this through the end of 2023 when there is a state or local emergency in effect that requires social distancing. So currently the city's local emergency expired in June 2022. The state's emergency is going to expire at the end of February. So past February, there would have to be either another local emergency or a state emergency for these rules to remain in effect. There are other options, but they require the same onerous noticing and public comment requirements that the Brown Act generally requires.
So until the end of the calendar year, city attorney's office?
So currently, till the end of February, if you continue to pass this resolution this time and next month, and if another emergency requiring social distancing is called at the local level or at the state level, then through the end of the calendar year.
Understood. And that most likely will be the position that I will be advocating for in the future for the health and safety of not just my colleagues, but city staff and the public as well. So we'll take it over to Councilmember Chavez, and he'll be followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I don't know if I was listening to Councilmember Arias or Councilmember Bredefeld. I got a little bit confused there as to who was speaking. But I agree. I think we do need to keep this in place at least until the duration of the emergency order. But here's a question for our legal team. So we understand, and we're discussing obviously what the implications are for council members being able to have access to the meetings by Zoom. Would this also apply to the public? Will the public not be allowed to call in through Zoom, or what would that look like?
This would not impact the public because the council has adopted a local resolution allowing for public comment, which it can do.
So then the public can have access to the meetings through Zoom indefinitely until we revoke that, or to the duration of the year?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. So I think we should keep it in place. I certainly don't want anybody coughing or potentially sick coming in here. The county board of supervisors do that. We don't do that. So I would appreciate that courtesy from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Esparza, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, so I mean, no matter what we do, the public will continue to have access. Council President and I sponsored a resolution a couple years ago now that made the accessibility to access our meetings virtually a permanent feature of City Hall and the City Council meetings. But notwithstanding the public's participation, if anyone on this dais is sick, I do not want them coming to work that day. And I understand the predicament it puts us in because I hate to miss votes. I go out of my way not to miss any votes. And I think my colleagues generally feel the same way, with some exceptions when there's an empty chair here and there. And so it puts us all in a bad position, and having to choose whether you can do your job and represent your district, or whether you respect the COVID protocol and stay home. So I think we continue to need this. We're definitely not at a stage yet where I feel comfortable sitting next to you if you have COVID. I think pre-COVID, there was a sort of a different decorum. I would admittedly come and I'd go to work with the flu. I'd sit here with the flu and power through. But I think it's different now because now you don't know what anybody's carrying. And we understand respiratory viruses a little better now as a society. So I think we continue to need this. I'm not sure at what point anyone will feel comfortable sitting next to you if you potentially have COVID. But I continue to advocate for this resolution to keep us safe while allowing us to continue to do our job.
Thank you. Councilmember Bredefield, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate Councilmember Arias and his position. I've been voting no against this for some time. You should not have had him sitting next to me. I have to warn you about that. In all seriousness, this pandemic, President Biden said it was over 2 months ago. I mean, he did say it was over, even though they're trying now to get mask mandates on airlines again. This is now going on 3 years. If you're sick, stay home. If you test positive for COVID, stay home. Otherwise, show up to work. And we all should show up to work. The public can access via Zoom anytime now. That was the right move. I fully support that. But Council, we need to move on, and even Governor Newsom is finally, mercifully for the state, eradicating his tyrannical emergency orders that have gone on now for almost 3 years. It is time to stop. We've taken down, finally, the plastic shields. All of us are up here, back to normal again without all these protections. Nobody needs to wear a mask, even though they were ineffective. Everybody played along like they were, but they weren't. And a lot of the things associated with this pandemic, I don't need to go into it ad nauseum, have been foolhardy, meaningless, ineffective. That's not to say COVID, of course, wasn't serious and real. It was. But how it was handled was mishandled, obviously, and we know that now, and we're learning more about that with time in terms of how inappropriate and mishandled it was from Dr. Fauci, the CDC, and others. So it is time to move forward. We are expecting our city staff to come to work. If you're ill, stay home. If you're not, you should be at work. And this needs to come to an end, and we all need to move forward. So I am going to continue to oppose this, and I appreciate the discussion, but it is time to move forward. And I would hope that the council would. I hear that Councilmember Chavez is saying in February when Newsom eradicates the emergency orders, I think you're willing to say it's time to move forward since there's no state emergency order. Maybe. Okay, it's a maybe. That's better than what it's been. So I will not support this, as usual.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias, followed by City Manager White.
My last pitch to convincing my colleagues is simply this. My takeaway from the pandemic, amongst many things, one of the major ones was that we needed to be consistent in our communication and our message to the public, and we also needed to set the example for that. So when we asked people to wear masks, we wore masks. When we asked folks to take precautions, we put up precautions. We put up precautions all over every city department. When we asked people to work remotely, if you don't feel well, they did. And And since we took all our precautions, our physical precautions out of the way, since we've taken all our masks out of the way, I think it's contrary to setting the example for the public if we're going to say the same burdens and benefits that we impose and expect for our employees and the public, we're not going to honor ourselves. So that's why I think if it wasn't for us already demonstrating that the plastics have come down and precautions have come down, and as council members and charter officers, we also get sick days. So, you know, if you can't make it, you can't make it. It's okay. The world's not going to end. We could table items that are important to each member if they're not here present. If we do that on an honor basis, I think that's reasonable. But I do believe that we should continue to at least be consistent and show by example that what we're asking of others, we are doing ourselves. In this case, if we're asking of all our employees to show up to work in person, then we should be able to do the same thing. And if we're ill, we should stay home. And that's the gist of it. Thank you.
It is a cold day and you know where when we got Arias and Bredefeld in agreement on COVID. We got City Manager White queued up, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Okay, so I just had a couple questions because I want to make sure I heard correctly. So what I heard the city attorney say is when the state emergency goes away at the end of February, the ability to continue for council members to appear via Zoom goes away unless we proclaim another local emergency. Did I hear that correctly? Yes? Okay. So then so this is kind of all, you know me when like my mind starts racing. So I just want to make sure. So are you requesting that we start working on what the options are to declare another emergency so that you all can continue to appear by Zoom? And if, huh? Oh, I don't, no,
Does the administration have a stance on that?
Well, no, because I didn't realize that's where this conversation was going, so my mind hadn't even thought.
And neither
But one
did
thing,
I, City Manager.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So one thing but here's the deal, like what we really have to think about is it's not, no disrespect, it's not just about you all. We have OSHA requirements that apply to every single city employee. So, you know, right now, we monitor with the assistance of the city attorney's office every time there is an OSHA modification. You know, we do still have some masking requirements in this city, and it has to do with when you're exposed to somebody who's tested positive. But I just want to make sure that we have sufficient time to sit down with the attorney's office and understand the steps that would be necessary. So, I wasn't headed in that direction, so unless I just want to make sure it's clear, unless there's some sort of vote today, we were not going down the road of a local emergency that would allow you guys to appear by Zoom. So I just need to have a little bit understanding of what your expectations are so that we can get working on it. And I think, City Attorney.
So I just have a clarification, just so that the conversation is clear, and we can provide, again, a table that we previously distributed and a tray memo on the options for continuing remote meetings. But there is another option, which is under state law, AB 559, I want to say. You can continue to appear remotely under certain circumstances, and certain requirements apply. For instance, you can only, if it has to be an emergency situation or exigent for you to appear. We do not have to have all of the requirements under the Brown Act for posting for that state law, which is sort of a stopgap, allows remote appearances through the end of 2025. So we've got what we're using right now, 361, through the end of this year. We've got one that's through the end of 2025, and then under the Brown Act, it's the normal rules. But we can provide you with a tray memo with those options.
That would be helpful, city attorneys, to see what all of our options are. As I indicated, as long as there is a state emergency and this appears on the agenda, I will be in favor of it. It's good to know the administration stance on where we stand as far as COVID emergency. I have Councilmember Carbasi up next, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
So for the city attorney's office, do we need to approve this item today in order to keep it as an option for the future, or do we let it lapse today?
It is our recommendation that you approve today.
Okay.
for this month.
For this month, okay. And then we can get a train, well, I believe we had a few train memos on this, and then we can review that and then look at different options. I don't know what the,
We will recirculate a train memo.
okay.
Council Member Esparza, followed by Council Member Perea.
Yeah, you know, I don't think we have an attendance issue here at the council. From time to time, someone utilizes the resolution to stay home because they're not feeling well or they were exposed, but I would disagree with the assessment that we're not showing up to work. I mean, we're all very much here. Staff is here. I think the expectations are clear of everyone in this building. If staff is sick, they'll call in, and they potentially may be able to work from home. But I think the nature of our jobs is different in that if we're missing in action, there's 80,000 residents in the city who are not represented in getting a vote cast at a council meeting. So I would make that distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Vice President Perea, and then I see our city attorney punched up as well afterwards.
Okay, and I did have a question for the city attorney, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I feel like I'm about to, but as somebody who works while sick, I want to know that I continue to have the option to do so and that my district doesn't go unnecessarily unrepresented at a meeting. But Assistant City Attorney, you'd mentioned, was it AB or SB 559? Can you just share again, and I think I missed something, we do have the ability to still meet remotely and not have to...
I will correct myself, it's AB 2449. AB 2449, effective January 1, 2023 through the end of 2025, allows for remote participation in situations where there's a just cause as defined by the statute, up to 2 times per year, or there are emergency circumstances, and then it would require both audio and visual participation by the member. Remote participation requires some disclosure about who's around you at the time when you're participating in the meeting. So yes, there is an option for you to continue to participate. But again, there are a lot of details, and you all might have follow-up questions. We would like to give you an opportunity to look at the law and answer any questions you might have, but we can get out a trade memo. There are options.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that memo.
We'll get it out next week.
But until I see that, I will be supporting this item as it stands today. Thank you.
I think it's also important for my colleagues to recognize that, hey, if we do have another terrible outbreak or another emergency, we give very short notices for those emergency meetings, which could happen at any given time. And it may be that we are feeling sick ourselves, but we still need to vote on something, and it's an item that cannot be continued. And that's another consideration I hope you folks will factor in. I do see Councilmember Carbasi punched up, but I will make a motion to approve this item. Councilmember Carbasi.
I have a feeling where we're going to be headed. I think we're going to probably explore one of the other options after we look at the information. But I just want to be clear, if we don't vote for this today, we're taking options off the table, correct? I want to know what the consequences of not voting for it today are.
So, no. Okay. The answer is you're not taking the options off the table. But this resolution, we recommend that you do pass it today because it applies for the month of January, and it would apply to all of the meetings in January, one of which has already occurred.
Oh, I see. Okay, yes. Thank you.
Seeing no one else punched up, we have a motion on the floor made by myself and a second by Council Member Carbasi. Do we have any opposition?
No.
Nay.
Item passes 5-2. And from here, we'll go ahead and we'll take a break. We're going to take a lunch. We're going to convene back at 1:30. At 1:30, we will be hearing the 4A City Council item workshop, constituent services software by Fireside. We'll see you guys back at 1:30. 4A item, that is the workshop from Fireside that will be joining us via teleconference today. Do we see them queued up on your end? Okay.
Yes, we have Scott. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Scott Crosby. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Council President, if I may, I sponsored the workshop this afternoon. I have not yet personally interacted with the potential vendor here, but I do know that our city council staff are looking for more efficient ways to manage the large volume of constituent service cases that come in on a daily basis. And so this, even though my name is on it, I do so on behalf of all of our very hardworking staff who are exploring new
ਬਹੁਤ ਮਿਹਨਤੀ
tools.
ਸਟਾਫ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਵਾ ਸਕਾਟ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ Definitely, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, that's the context behind today's presentation. So obviously, if our staff wants to move in this direction, I think it's worth certainly the presentation to the council and filling us in and getting our level of comfort and just informing us about what a partnership might look like in engaging someone on constituent services software.
All right, thank you, council member. All right, Scott, the floor is yours. Feel free to take it away.
Excellent, thanks. Is my my slide deck showing right now?
It is not showing.
Okay, let me share my screen here and see if I can do that.
I could see it now, Scott.
Okay, excellent. Well, I appreciate the time today to address the council. I appreciate you letting me do this over Zoom as well. Part of my company's mission actually is connecting people to its government. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do this virtually as well. Thank you for serving as council members as well. I've been in and around government at all levels for 20 plus years. And by far and away, the city council is the toughest job in the business. So you truly do work for the people, and you're constantly reminded of it because you live among everyone. You see them at your schools, you see them at the grocery store, and you certainly don't do it for the enormous paychecks you all get. So, which the joke. So really appreciate that. The topic for today, and I want this to be a true workshop in collaboration, talking about constituent services. And I just have a few slides we'll go through kind of high level. And then I want you to think about it too from a global viewpoint of not only constituent services, but how can we help your offices and your staff kind of connect to not only the constituents, but the cities around you, the state government, which has impacts on you, and the federal government. So fiscal load, and we'll get into this in a little bit, is really helping local offices and elected officials all across the country kind of modernize the way they communicate to constituents, the way they track policy, the way that their staff does workflow when it comes to those things as well. So just a little context there. All right, Fiscal Node is actually a publicly traded company. We're headquartered in Washington, D.C. We have over 5,000 clients, several product lines that are utilized by those clients. Really, we're all about connecting people to their governments, giving our end users kind of access to information, lots of workflow tools to help improve efficiencies. We've been around about 12 years. Our founder, actually, when they founded the company, was staying at a Motel 6 in Silicon Valley to raise money, and was down to his last $500 when he secured an investment. And so we have California ties for sure. It's a great story. As 12 years ago that happened. So to get the company to a public state this year or late last year was really exciting for the company. So kind of the first piece of this is really trying to modernize your offices when it comes to constituent services. So I worked in the state senate to begin my career doing constituent services. I always start off with the assumption that you're doing a great job already. And the fact that you're sitting up there still, the people have also are agreeing with that. So you're doing a great job communicating and representing your constituents. What we like to do is partner with you to improve efficiencies using technology, maybe improve your processes, help streamline some things, and really get to maybe a state where it's a world-class customer service experience for your constituents. We like to help you connect better and build better relationships with those that you represent. So that's kind of from a high level, and there's different ways we do that. But thinking from a high level, that's really what we like to do. And hopefully we can take some of the burden off the staff when it comes to those efficiencies. I think my colleague Liam has spoken to a few offices already, so we kind of know kind of what the tools that you're using now and maybe how we can best help you. So when we look at kind of our local product that helps communicate with constituents, there's really several pieces to that. You've got the kind of staff workflow piece of who's doing what, who's helping who, and how they're doing that. You have a case management piece. So when someone reaches out to your office about a specific need that they have, and I know there's probably various ways for them to communicate what they need at the city level as well. But a lot of times you're the first, since you represent them, you're the first line of defense. So there's a case management piece, and you want to be able to make sure that you've followed up with them and that you've closed it out and make sure that you've helped them. I think a lot of times what we see in cities is there's a disconnect between when a city staff of a different department helps a constituent, relaying that information that they've been helped to the elected official that represents them. So there's a lot of times there's a disconnect between that, and we hope to help solve for that. So you're aware that they're getting help, because at the end of the day, it's the most important thing is that they've been helped, and you need to know that so you can close it out. And then there's a communication piece as well. So, and that could be reactive communication where you're responding to them via email or responding to a concern that they've had, but also a more proactive approach where you're letting your constituents that might have a particular interest in an area, you're letting them know, giving them an update, soliciting feedback. I always like at the local level, love to use parks. I have children of my own, so I'm constantly checking out where I live, updates on the parks, new parks, maintenance, things like that, because we like to be outdoors. So you could target those that have children, those that are interested in parks, if there's something being built or if there's maintenance, or you just want general feedback on things you can do better in the community to make it more kid friendly. So instead of reaching out to everyone, you could just send a message to those that are interested in that issue. We also have the ability to do virtual town halls. It's a great way to kind of reach a large audience. So you could dial out to thousands of people. They can use a cell phone or a landline. They press one button, and then all of a sudden they're in a virtual town hall where they can interact with you, ask questions, things like that. It's meant to really, how we've seen it used is to supplement the in-person town halls that you might do. Or if there's an issue that really needs to get out to the masses and you want to do that where they can actually see you and not send an email, then you can do a virtual town hall. That all connects to our system as well. And then the data piece too. A lot of elected officials we talk to at the local level don't have a grasp on everyone that's in their district. They might not have a list, or they might not have the constituents inside the platform. So our software does come with the data to allow you to look up and make sure that they're in your district and You can add affiliations and tags and things like that, so you can best help and serve them. Okay, so this next part is really getting into how we're helping you from a policy standpoint. So we've got the constituent services piece of this. Another way that we work with local governments, and we have several examples in California as well, we can help you track local, state, and federal policy. And a great example of this has been ARPA funding and any kind of federal grants that are coming down. We have several tools that we can include in a package with constituent services software to help you do that. For instance, you can see what maybe San Jose or Modesto or Bakersfield is doing with ARPA funds. Or for instance, if you're doing research, another great example at the local level, let's say you're doing research on drag racing is becoming a problem in Fresno, and you want to see what surrounding cities or maybe anywhere who's dealt with that issue. Using one of our tools, you can see what ordinance have been passed around drag racing in the whole United States or just California. And then that allows you to then call them up and get some interaction and have some dialogue with them about what they did in that city. So again, just another tool, another technology to help your office keep tabs and help with research. Same thing at the state level. You can look up issues going on at the state level with our software. And then same thing at the federal level. You can track things that might affect your city at the federal level, grant money, ARPA funds, all that. So one of the great benefits about going with Fiscal Note is that we do have a variety of things to help you in your office and in the functionality of your office. So that's something to think about when you're making a decision and kind of looking into tools. All right, I think that was just kind of a good overview. Now happy to take some questions and have a discussion around services.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Scott. I'll hand it over to my colleagues or anybody at the city manager's office, see if there's any questions for the presenters today. Councilmember Arias?
I do have some questions, but mostly of our staff. I'm sure our IT folks are present, right? I know there's going to be some interaction between the external software and our internal systems. How long will it take to address those so that we can, if we choose to utilize the software, it's not going to take us 10 years to figure out how to interact?
Oh, Brian, hold on a second. I just want to take half a step back, that I want to make sure we don't go too far down the path, because if this is something that council wants to, if you all have interest in this, this will likely require a competitive process because of the dollar amounts that I think we're probably talking about. So just be aware. So I think it could be this product or any product similar.
Don't you have the ability, city manager, to determine a uniquely qualified provider, as we have for most of these software arrangements?
There's a process that we have to follow for new products. When there's no other opportunity. Yeah, he can go over the difference between products and services, but when we're talking about bringing a brand new product into the city, we actually are going through a process right now for a CRM very similar to what this is, the replacement for Fresno. And we are in an RFP, we're in a selection process right now for the vendor. So that was a full-on RFP for, same thing, Tyler, brand new system coming into the city. We do, but I'll let Brian cover on the process, and then the integration question that you asked.
But just to get back to my recent question, you have the authority, right, to declare that this is a uniquely qualified system? Because I don't recall us doing RFPs for all the softwares that you guys utilize in our city. So
yes
I know,
and no. Sometimes we do and sometimes we don't.
Correct. So you have the ability to sometimes not do it.
That is, it's not on the money. Okay. So Brian, can you help me out here?
Yeah, this is Brian Horn, CIO for the City of Fresno. Since this is software that's constituent-based software, there are other software applications that do this very thing. So when I look for uniquely qualified, if I can't find something that does what I'm looking for, does this very thing, I can call it uniquely qualified. Now, I also consult with the attorney's office and make sure that I'm on the mark on that to make sure that we can do this. But this one, depending upon what you guys are purchasing, there's other software that does this as well.
But Brian, can we just try it out? Like when we tried out Prime, whatever the Granicus, thing, and if it doesn't work, then we don't use it. And secondly, when you guys do these, like this 311 RFP, none of our offices are involved in that process, so you're not getting the feedback from the people who touch, from the staff who touch the people the most when it comes to constituent services. So I don't know who's providing you feedback on what software to select that deals with constituent services was not any of the council support staff who actually does that work.
So let me see if I remember your questions. You can do a proof of concept to try the software. We've done that before. And what they do is they set up a proof of concept for you. It's at no charge to the city. There's no obligation to the city. You get in, you try it, you look at it, you see what it can do. This also allows us to give us the opportunity to check the security credentials and make sure it's secure. So that can be done without purchasing. And then once you decide your proof of concept is acceptable, then you move to the next steps.
Okay, perfect. And back to your replacement for Fresno.
Yes.
I have yet to see you guys attempt to get any feedback from the people who interact with the public the most, which is our support staff.
I can bring your support staff in. I do believe we have somebody from Office of Community Affairs in the mayor's office.
Okay, but they interact with one person a week. We interact with 1,000 a week.
And I also do have, let me get back to you on that, because I can have, seriously, in the next day.
I know, but seriously, community affairs doesn't interact with the volume that we do.
I agree,
Yeah.
but I can tell you that as much as you guys interact, the departments interact as well. So the Fresno request, yes, you guys generate a whole bunch of them, but we get them directly into the city as well. So I agree, absolutely,
Yeah.
we should be outreaching to your offices. On the Fresno type request, 100%, we do not do your direct constituent calls. That when you get a phone call, absolutely.
Yeah, I
we don't do that.
I don't want my staff giving feedback on your financial software system, right? But constituent services is core responsibility of our council offices. And I don't see why we're not having an active role in selecting the next software that is going to be permanently used in the system.
Are you talking about Fresno, or are you talking about constituent services? We don't have a
I know, he just indicated that Fresno is a constituent service software. So I'm mixing both of them together.
Okay, so what I would say is the current Fresno is not.
No, the future Fresno.
Yeah, so it will have the capability.
Yes.
It will have the capability to be able to, not all of these things, but the casework management, constituent relation, a couple of these of what I'm reading in the PowerPoint, not the whole gamut of the federal, state grant, but as far as the communication. So yes, absolutely. If it could, it is possible, it is capable of it. If you're just looking for constituent management, which is a component of what this product is, that's one thing. If you're looking for 100% of what this product, that is where I think we would have to go down the path of a competitive process.
Got it. What I'm looking for is this. When we're developing policies like, saturation of liquor stores and ABC licenses, it's very helpful to have a system like this that can essentially, it can allow us to search and compare other jurisdictions, similar policies, learn from them versus having to reinvent the wheel here. I'm sure your replacement for 311 or Fresno doesn't have that feature.
True.
Also, our ability to directly communicate via text message, via email, to, with our constituents when we're having community meetings, inviting people to things. Right now, the feedback that I get from the public is our traditional way of communicating now is the social media post. That's not reaching the people that may need it. It's not in the languages that they may need it. We need a better system that integrates with our IT infrastructure to be able to do that. So I would like the ability to test out this system and other systems and figure out how we can permanently have that capability.
So can we work with you then on this? Because I'd be more than happy to sit down and assign staff to work with you guys on this.
But
and
we
get
don't
what
have
you
the
need.
strategic plan underway
Yes, we
that
do.
they're going to be interviewed on?
Yes.
So the department is working on a strategic plan, and it's in the kind of beginning
Mm-hmm.
stages, but they are going to be interviewing all of the council offices about what should be in the department's strategic plan. So I think the timing is good because all those things that you mentioned, I think you absolutely need all of those things. So I think fine if we, the proof of concept and having a very clear understanding of what you guys are looking for. And if it's
Exactly.
everything in this product,
And if we were to do an RFP, how long would it take you realistically to go through that process? Is it
So-
2 years, 3
No,
months?
about 2-3 months.
2-3 months?
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking for this now is it's going to require some money. We have mid-year budget coming up in February. I don't want to burden your budget with an unfunded mandate if the council wishes to go down this path. So I want to be able to, discuss it then and figure out the resources if there's any needed beyond the concept utilization.
I think what would be really helpful, and Brian can do this immediately. So agreed, shame on us for not engaging. This is not a reflection of you, Brian, but sometimes we get in our own head of not engaging you guys directly. Don't want to minimize. I 100% agree about your constituent role. And you want to use technology for that. I agree. Using spreadsheets is not sustainable. That's ridiculous in this day and age. So I think having a really clear understanding of what each of you want, because you may want different things, and making sure we find the best product that can fulfill that need. We may have a product today that just hasn't been set up that can do some of it right now while we're going through this process. And then ultimately, we just, we figure out what the best way to get you that product, whether it's this product for a proof of concept, whether it's an RFP. I think the first thing is understanding what you guys need.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just leave you with this. The Fresno app, the first version of it that you guys are switching over, when it was pitched, when I arrived, it was going to do a lot of stuff for us, provide us a lot of insight and information. What we quickly learned is that only you, as administrators, have access to that information.
Yeah.
And it was an uphill battle to get any snapshot of information. So if I wanted to know how many potholes have been reported in my district, I couldn't get that. If I wanted to know how many, fallen trees had been reported in my district, I couldn't get that. Although it was pitched as it has all these options, from the user part, from our offices, the system essentially became the keeper of the data and never gave us access to the data to be able to assess. So we're having to do it, at least my office has to do it the old-fashioned way. We have to have community meetings, get screamed at about, I report this to 311 10 times. Now we're seeing that multiple reports to 311 actually exposes the city to liability when accidents occur, when things are not addressed on public infrastructure. So I'd like to be able to have a system that allows us the complete access, not controlled by somebody. We're not talking about, access to bank accounts. We're talking about access to complaints.
Everything except homeless, your district, you can run a report of potholes, sidewalk calls for service.
We technically can, but it requires administrative authorization, which takes some time.
Okay, well, then that's a mistake because I know there are offices, because I know Terry Cox used to run them all the time, because she used to come in my office and say, what's going on with this one? What's going on with this one? So we can resolve that today and maybe make sure everybody knows how to run the reports. In the meantime, it is an old and clunky
Yeah. It
system,
is.
but you have access to everything on Fresno except for that one homeless, which we then found a workaround for you.
I'll have Sarah reach out to your office.
Good deal.
Yeah.
And I don't want access to Tyler's information. I just want access to mine. I got enough with my own complaints. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Esparza for bringing this forward because it's perfect timing. At the end of the year, my staff and I, we sit down and we review the pluses and minuses. And one of the things we realized is the way we do things now, a call comes in directly to us, and we always integrate. If it's a public works call, actually we go to public works all the time. Planning call, we go to planning. And we keep it all in an Excel sheet, and we use that Excel sheet like it's on steroids. But there are limitations to that, like Councilmember Arias said. Though I know now, thank you, City Manager, we can check Fresno, but if I want to see, gosh, in the last year, how many people called about homelessness in this particular area, or an encampment in this area, or garbage in a certain area, or potholes, it's really difficult to do that. So I actually did meet with Fireside. We were looking into other Salesforce and all kinds of different softwares. I did reach out to the city manager's office with some of my concerns. You guys have actually met with us because we're talking about how it doesn't work for us and how we can make it work better. So thank you for that. I'm concerned about two things right now. First of all, this can be a huge public benefit. It's not going to be cheap, unfortunately, in terms of staff time and licensing. But businesses use it all the time. Like someone calls the business, I record their name. If they call me again, I know, oh, they called this day and this time, and we know how long the call's been pending or how long it has been taken care of. I'm concerned about cost. Obviously, that's going to be an issue for us. Those licenses aren't cheap. I was going to do it on my own, but if we work together, creates an RFP process, it's much cheaper to do it because you have more people on board. And I think some of us are looking at doing something. The other issue is time. I don't want to wait even 3 months. I mean, my question is, do we have anything now in place? Maybe we get Fireside, maybe we get something else, or we can start doing that data entry and start. It may not be integrated with the new Fresno yet, but is there anything you think we can do now to kind of start, or within the next couple weeks rather?
I think in the interim, we have Salesforce. We could do the programming to put just for the just to replace the Excel spreadsheet. Like we use Salesforce for the Camp Fresno registrations because we were having a bunch of people register. We didn't know if they had turned in their stuff, and it was really hard to keep track of things. And so we were able to build out that component of Salesforce. And then we would have, okay, we've got 95% are complete with all their paperwork. We could do the same thing on a sort of temporary basis, like, you know, with minimal effort, unless Brian's staff is telling him that we can't. And they're whispering in his ear. Is that possible?
Well, Salesforce, yeah.
For temporary, to
Yes,
give them some
for temporary,
constituent service until we decide what the final product's going to be?
We can do that.
Okay.
Now, I will say, when I met with Fireside, the amount of data they have is amazing. So I don't know if that's proprietary to them or how they access the data. So thank you for that. I had one more thing that I can't remember. I'll have to probably come back to. Oh yeah, thank you. Security. Let's talk about that because our offices have access to information, and Councilmember Arias mentioned this, like staying in our lane. So I have my calls. Another district has their calls, and we may work together on things, but how will that work in terms of our own security and then internet and people accessing the data and getting hacked and those kind of things?
Okay, this is cloud-based, so you're relying upon them. We do believe it's AWS, for Amazon Web Services. I don't think they have SOC 1 or SOC 2 yet, so they're still working on the security. But I
Speak
do
English,
believe,
Brian.
Yeah, I'm like,
SOC 1,
I'm sorry,
SOC 2.
I have two socks on, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, standard operating controls, meaning they have a set level of controls that they follow, and it's industry standard for IT. So for example, like PeopleSoft, they have a set level of security standards they follow, and they're SOC 1 and SOC 2. These guys are still working on that as far as I know. Okay, and I'd like to know when they're gonna get there. I do believe, it plays in their favor, I do believe we can do single sign-on. And I do believe that they have a database for each of your districts so that you don't intertwine.
Okay.
So if that, so I do, so there's some good stuff there. You know, but I'd like to vet that a little bit more, so.
Okay, so whoever we go with, you will vet the software to make sure it is secure?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'm really curious to see what my colleagues are looking for. Like, I can tell you, me, it's casework and being able to look at the data to find trends. So I'm wondering what anyone else is looking for. But this could be a game changer when it comes to constituent services.
I mean, when it comes to, you know, our own opinions, I do take in constituent cases because I ran into folks in the community, or they'll call or they'll email, and then I'll work with the staff on it. But I mean, are we personally going to be using the software? I mean, at this point, I defer fully to the staff members that are going to be utilizing it the most. So I know they're kind of having their collective conversations. I don't know what those look like among themselves. This was one option they put forth. So my position is I defer to the folks who will be utilizing it.
All right, if there's no other questions or comments, Scott, we thank you again for the presentation. We'll reach out if we have any other questions on our end. Thank you very much for joining us, Scott. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, council, we're going to move on to the 10 a.m. number 1 item. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno Community Facilities District number 11. This is in Councilmember Carbasi's district. I'll give him an opportunity to talk before I go out to the public, if you'd like one.
No, I don't. I just want to make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have anybody queued up on Zoom to speak on this matter, Brianna?
Yes, we do. 1 second.
This is the 10 a.m. number 1 item,
This is the
correct?
10 a.m. number 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
so
is the Community Facilities District item.
we have Lisa Flores.
All right, Lisa, you have the floor. Lisa?
Lisa? Do you want to address the council regarding the 10 a.m. number 1?
Okay, anybody else queued up?
No.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Motion by Councilmember Carbasi, seconded by Council Vice President Perea. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Takes us to the 10 a.m. item number 2. This is a resolution to approve final map of track number 5388, also in Councilmember Carbasi. Is that taken off? My apologies. All right, that brings us to the 10:05 a.m. item. That's the hearing to consider plan amendment and rezone application P19-05950, located in Councilmember Carbasi's district. Councilmember Carbasi?
Well, what I'm going to do is I think there may be some questions. I'm going to make a motion to approve, but I think we need to hear from the applicant, and there may be some questions from other members. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Carbasi and a second from Councilmember Bredefeld. We have anybody queued up to speak on this item?
We have no public comment.
Okay, no public comment. Is there anybody that you want to invite up?
Let's have Mr. Poschel come up and explain what the item is.
Good afternoon, Council President. I'm Dirk Puschel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness here in Fresno. I've got a presentation, but I don't have to provide it if it's not necessary, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me.
Okay, I'm going to go defer to my colleagues, Mr. Puschel, and the first person I see queued up is Councilmember Arias.
I have questions for city staff. Who's addressing the item?
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. Chris Lang from the Planning and Development Department.
Chris, can you summarize for the record what this item proposes to do?
Yes, the proposal or the proposed application is for a 1.7 acre property on the southwest corner of West Nees and North San Pablo Avenue. The existing zoning is RM3, or residential multifamily high density, which is 30 to 45 dwelling units per acre. The proposal is to amend the planned land use and the zone district to be consistent with the regional mixed use zoning, which is also the 30 to 45 dwelling units per acre.
For how long has this parcel been zoned for high-density housing?
I'd have to check my notes, but I believe I don't remember off the top of my head.
So if it's zoned for up to 45 units per acre, you're looking at approximately 90 units that it was envisioned to be a development for?
I believe the maximum would be slightly under that. It's 1.7 dwelling units per acre.
1.7.
So 45 maximum, so.
So is it fair to describe that the current zoning would have resulted in 45 apartment units being built on this parcel?
The zoning, there's no application submitted with this project, so it's only to rezone the parcel from 30 to 45 dwelling units per acre in the RM3 to 30 to 45 dwelling units per acre to the RMX.
So we don't have an actual project being proposed at this time?
Correct.
So why are we considering a rezone if there's no project being proposed at this time?
The project would be proposed at a future date, and the project would be analyzed, under the code at that time. Again, this has been submitted by the applicant to, consider this application, and staff has provided analysis on that.
So,
Councilmember, you don't have to submit a project at the time you do the entitlement. We sometimes see them done together, but we do have many instances where you don't have the actual project when you're doing the rezone. It's not required.
So does the applicant intend to build housing on this parcel?
I would defer to the applicant.
Applicant?
Council member, we have no specific plans. As a matter of fact, our initial review of the property and its characteristics indicated that a boutique hotel may very well be appropriate. So we spent considerable amount of time with staff taking a look at that opportunity. But there's no specific plans. We've also talked to staff about office and worked through various scenarios as to how that might work. But nothing has been submitted.
So if I understand the situation, we have a parcel that's zoned for high-density housing.
Correct.
We are in a housing crisis, in need desperately of more housing units. The applicant is requesting that we eliminate the high-density housing zoning so that you can pursue potentially a commercial use development?
No, that's not quite true, or not quite accurate. What in the in the proposed zoning, the identical residential designation still remains. It just provides a wider range of potential uses.
Correct.
So if we were to come forward with a use that was not residential, then we would have to make up those units in accordance with directives from your city attorney.
Where would you make up the units?
Somewhere else in the city, there would be a plan amendment that would add units to your housing stock. In other words, they may go from medium density to medium high. And that's occurring regularly through your staff now.
So there's a possibility that my side of town would have to generate more higher density units in order to accommodate a boutique hotel, a commercial use of your current high density zoning parcel, correct?
There's no restriction as to where the units are coming from, so theoretically it could come from any district.
Correct, thank you. Director, this is, I'm assuming, under your umbrella at some point if the council was to approve as recommended. And can I get for the record that the staff is recommending that we rezone this parcel?
Right, so for the record, the city staff has evaluated it. It is a good transitional use from the uses to the east to the west. It does provide flexibility, and at this time, we don't see any capacity loss for housing. Certainly, the size of parcel in a regional mixed use could accommodate not only the 30 to 45 units to the acre, but we recently took off the density cap in mixed use. So however many units that someone could develop in the future, and it could accommodate a commercial and a residential use combined. So it does provide a good transition from the commercial that's to the east to the lower density residential to the west.
How would that transition occur if the applicant brings forward a proposal to build a restaurant or a commercial use that's not housing at all? Because if we do this, we would give him that ability, correct?
It does provide more flexibility in terms of the number of uses that could occur on the property.
Including
in addition.
non-residential uses.
If there were non-residential uses proposed at the time, they would need to show that the residential capacity was not removed. And if they could not show that, they would need to identify a replacement of those units, yes.
Whose responsibility is to identify the replacement? Is it the applicant's or the
Yes.
city's?
The applicant's responsibility.
So the applicant would have to do it from land that they control?
Or a relationship with someone, land that someone else wants to upzone, perhaps.
Can we put a condition in this entitlement that requires them to obtain any future loss of residential density from this specific area versus taking it from another part of the city or imposing it in another part of the
A
city?
condition of zoning that if there is a residential loss, that it would come from a specific location or, I don't have a reason to believe no, but I would turn to the city attorney on that specific condition of zoning.
Yes.
Okay, so.
The reason I ask is that my constituents continuously complain that we are upzoning higher density uses in the southern part of the city and downzoning higher density housing in the northern part of the city. This, by your recommendation, would allow that to actually occur, where the applicant can come forward next month with a proposal to not build any housing, and they can recommend that that housing be made up in another part of the city. So I want to explore that option. Secondly, how do we get around the Senate bill requirement that whenever we downzone any residential, we have to replace it in the same council meeting? I know we're not eliminating the zoning for residential today, but we are authorizing a future proposal not to have residential in it.
So again, there's not a project before the city council today. So we cannot assume that a future project would eliminate the residential capacity still remains on this parcel. So we did do an evaluation under Senate Bill 330. So we didn't ignore it. We did an evaluation. We said it is an equal residential capacity. And actually, residential mixed use now has a greater capacity than high density. And so we said, you know, this does not take away the capacity that exists on that particular parcel until there is a future project that proposes that. And we cannot presume, we don't have an application on file, we can't presume what someone would do. They could sell it tomorrow with a higher value to someone who wants to build an unlimited number of residential units.
Whatever worries me, it sounds like a loophole, and see if you follow me. I have hundreds of acres in my district that were industrially zoned. The general plan, the specific plan rezoned them residential. Could those landowners come forward with hundreds of acres and ask for the entitlement to be switched around without even having a project in mind, and us authorize the rezoning of those parcels because they don't have an actual project that allows us to assess or analyze whether or not it would be a net loss for the city's housing count? This is a clear loophole, right, to the Senate bill language. So I want to know what precedents are we setting for every other industrial, commercial landowner that had their property rezoned into residential and wants to have an unzoned residential for industrial uses.
So a vacant parcel or that is a rezone application. So each application would need to stand on its own. I don't necessarily see it as a loophole. We did look at what is the residential capacity of what it is today and what it's being proposed to be rezoned to. So we did do that analysis, and it is at least equivalent. And so, you know, from our perspective, I don't see that as a loophole. But if you have walk me through that perspective concern, because I think.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. Your report indicates that you did an analysis that, and recommended a negative, declaration, right, through your analysis, because you don't have a project. So on that front, how can we conduct an analysis if we don't even have a project that's being proposed before us?
So neg deck is CEQA. SB 330 is not CEQA. Two totally different things.
Yes, I agree, but go with me on CEQA. How can you determine under CEQA that there'll be that it qualifies for a negative declaration if you don't have a project that you're actually assessing its impact?
So this particular site is less than 1.7 acres, right? Or it's 1.7 acres. It's less than 5 acres. So it would qualify for an infill exemption anyway. This particular rezone and general plan amendment.
Is an infill exemption just for housing or is for any use?
It's for any use. So as long as it doesn't meet an exception to the exemption, it's not a hazardous waste site, it's not a historic site, it's not on a historic scenic byway, right? There's a list, it would potentially qualify. And so an analysis of the so the project at this point, the project is to change the land use. The land use, in our opinion, change does not trigger additional CEQA requirement, an additional analysis. The SB 330, which is a completely different conversation, is around housing and whether or not it's lost housing capacity. This particular change in land use does not change the capacity of potential residential units. We're not decreasing capacity.
We wouldn't be decreasing until they actually came forward with a project that doesn't build housing, correct?
Say that again.
At this point, the entitlement does not decrease housing density.
Correct.
However, it would be decreased if they come forward in the future with a project that doesn't build
It
any
could,
housing.
and it would be analyzed at that time, and if there was a decrease, there would be a requirement to replace those housing units.
And the requirement is that of the applicant? Is that the applicant's obligation?
That is the applicant's obligation.
If the city was to be challenged by taking this action, who's on the hook for that legal challenge? If the Attorney General was to challenge our utilization of this loophole, who would be on the hook, city attorney, for that liability? Would it be the applicant or the city?
So I would like to clarify one thing, and then I will answer your question. Your original question, I answered part of it. You asked about conditions on the rezone.
Yes.
You can condition a rezone. However, with regard to a condition that's specifically related to SB 330, because it's not something that's being considered right now, that would not be related to the application at hand. So there's that. Your next question, your current question is who would be on the hook if there's a liability in the future and for the offset, and that would be the city.
And if we're to be challenged based on our action today, not based on a future project, who would be liable, the city or the applicant?
Challenged today?
Yeah, if today's action was challenged legally.
Today's action, the city.
The city? I noticed that we did put conditions on this entitlement related to the impact it would have on the river. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask Chris, do you want to come up and the conditions of approval or the conditions related to impacts that are pursuant to our programmatic EIR for the city? So they applied the specific conditions that are relevant to this site.
I mean, I guess my question is, we know enough of the project that we put conditions on any future project, right? Related to them not draining toxic chemicals into the river, them doing some flood control and some spillage. But these are pretty specific.
So the PEIR, and we apply specific mitigation measures from the city programmatic EIR to projects as they apply. So specific to the rezone, any future application would need to do X, Y, and Z. I don't have a problem with conditions of zoning. I think, we need to refer, the city attorney and our office would need to have a conversation about what could be applied in terms of the replacement of units, and I don't know if the applicant has any specific comments on that, but it certainly would not be a problem for us if you said, hey, it had to be within a certain, any replacement of units would have to be in a certain place, but I'm not sure if that applies to this particular act today.
Is today's item simply a hearing and introduction? So it'll come back for a second hearing, or is it adoption?
Councilmember, can I ask her to just clarify, because I'm not sure you got a direct answer. So what council, I'm not looking at the page that he's looking at, the whether they were conditions or mitigation measures with regard to, I'm assuming, stormwater runoff. Are those part of the programmatic EIR mitigation measures that apply to every, or where do those play into this specific project? Can you?
Right, so it was determined that there's no impact to hydrology and water quality if they do the things that are, when a project is proposed, that everybody else has to do. So FMFCD, drainage service.
Those are standard.
Those are standard
Okay.
mitigation measures,
Okay.
yes.
Those are to every project, council member?
It seems to be pretty specific. Mitigation shall be provided to reduce the pollutants to the runoff prior to discharge to a public
Yes.
drainage system.
Yes,
That's
everybody
standard.
gets the same ones.
The proximity to the San Joaquin River, everybody gets that?
Yep. Yes,
Well, that would be, it's a geographic boundary, right? So if it's within a geographic boundary where it is draining to, so there's a split point, and I don't.
Well, it has to do with flood control district and the
right.
stormwater drain. So the reason why we have to do street sweeping. So anything that goes into the gutter
Yes.
ultimately can end up into the San Joaquin River.
What I'm trying to understand, city manager, is this area has been zoned for residential. In residential, you don't have industrial chemicals washing down the site.
No, but you still have the requirement
Correct.
for drainage.
Correct. But by changing the entitlement and the zoning, we're now allowing a lot more uses that they have an ability to put in. So amongst those uses, are there industrial uses that also would be allowed to be built there?
And any of the uses that are permitted in regional mixed use,
Does regional mixed use include industrial uses?
There are some that are permitted through a conditional use permit. I need to look and see which ones those are. I don't have the table memorized.
But if I recall on my PTSD from the 92 acres, regional mixed use does include industrial uses. So we would essentially be taking an area zone for high-density residential, allowing for future heavy industrial uses.
Not heavy.
Well, what are they then exactly?
Well, staff, can you pull up the regional mixed use permitted uses, please? And the ones, and a CUP is required, so it wouldn't just be,
Correct. I just want to know what we're signing up for.
yeah. I understand. Let her read the permitted uses.
No, which one's regional?
I knew this meeting was going too easy this morning. Gosh darn it.
It's our first meeting back. President Maxwell wanted a lively conversation today.
You're making planning and development work for it, so.
Yeah, it's.
Go to use regulations.
There you go. Thank you for your patience. Stand by, please.
Yeah. While you're looking for that, how long does this applicant have to bring forward a project? Is the entitlement permanent? Does it have a expiration date?
So general plan amendments and rezone, so the land use, unless it's changed in the future, it will remain that land use in perpetuity. The industrial use classifications that are permitted in regional mixed use include custom manufacturing with a footnote, which is related to separation, and it can't be on the ground floor and adjacent to the primary roadway. Limited industrial use is permitted with a conditional use permit. Reverse vending machines are permitted, and personal storage, so that would be Daryl's Mini Storage, conditional use permit.
So industrial, manufacturing, and Darrow's Mini Storage.
Custom manufacturing, limited industrial with a conditional use permit, reverse vending, and personal storage. And let me get the footnote. So the footnote 12 would not apply because it's not within 500 feet of an existing or planned BRT. And footnote 13, it must take place entirely within a building. So interior, not an exterior.
Are they allowed by right to do clubs, a entertainment club, a gentleman's club? Are that a by right use under regional?
Okay, so are you talking about adult entertainment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, District 4 shouldn't be the only place that has that. Let's bring it to District 2. I'm just kidding, for our friends in the media. It's a joke.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to.
adult entertainment is not permitted in regional mixed use.
What about a nightclub?
Yes.
What about a hustler store?
That is considered, and you have PTSD, I have PTSD from that. So that is considered retail, so that's
Yes.
retail. So yes, retail is permitted.
The reason I'm trying to get clarity on this is because we typically have an actual project that clearly has the scope of work and the design, and you see the structure and the operating hours. In this case, you're asking for an entitlement that opens up a whole lot more uses, and we don't have a project.
So bars, nightclubs, and lounges are permitted with a conditional use permit. So again, it would require additional review. Restaurants
Convenience
would-
station?
Do what?
A convenience station with liquor license?
Alcohol CUP for off-site sales, and auto-related uses. Auto-related uses typically need to be more than 500 feet from BRT, which it would be, and that includes a service station, which again is a conditional use permit. It's not permitted by right. Alcohol off-site sales would additionally require conditional use permit and conformance with the RNMA, Responsible Neighborhood Market Act.
Thank you. I have some questions now for legal counsel. Ready? Legal counsel, where else have we utilized this process for approving a change in entitlement?
I'm going to ask Talia Cleary to come up.
Good afternoon, Council. Talia Cleary with the City Attorney's Office. Can you clarify your question, Councilmember?
Yes. Where else have we utilized the same process where we're granting an entitlement without an actual project being proposed before us?
That's a great question. It has happened a few times in my time with the city that I can recall specifically, where we would bring forward a legislative action like a plan amendment and a rezone without a companion entitlement. There have been some instances in the Copper River area where a plan amendment and rezone was processed prior to the map coming through to the city. So a map would come through subsequently. I believe there was one on Fowler. I'd have to defer to staff as far as specific locations, but it's not the only way that applications are processed, but it is a legally permitted method of bringing forward an application.
And who recommended that they proceed with this process in this method? Was that the applicant, the city, or the city attorney's office, the planning department that recommended this process versus the normal project accompanied with entitlements?
I'm not aware of who recommended this particular series of steps, but if staff may have that information.
Yes, Councilmember. Staff processes applications as they come in, so there's no, prohibition of, processing an application. Once we receive an application, we are to process it, and there are certain, timelines that are, we need to meet.
So it's fair to say that the applicant submitted this preferred method, and it's our responsibility to process it as received?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Council, City Attorney, one last question. In the past, some of my colleagues have indicated their unwillingness to vote on agenda items related to folks who are in pending litigation with the city. Is that a legitimate reason for us to not participate in a vote or to reject the proposal based on pending litigation?
Council member, it's a policy decision to be made by this council.
So we have the discretion to indicate that based on pending litigation with an applicant.
To clarify, we're not saying that. What we're saying is the reasons that you have for making a decision are policy calls We are not saying that you should make a decision because of a certain reason.
So just to confirm, it is a legally sound reason to not approve an item based on pending litigation?
We would need some time to analyze that question. We can't answer that right now.
Okay, thank you. Don't mean to put you on the spot. Just want to make sure we're clear about what's occurred in the past. Those are all my questions, just my closing comments. Again, the complaints I get from my district is, in Northeast Fresno, we continuously downzone high-density housing, and then we seek to upzone high-density housing in the southern part of the city. My preference would be, if the council is to move in this direction, that you require the applicant to recover, if he chooses, to not build residential housing in a parcel zone for residential, that he recover those residential units from that area and not impose them on any other part of the city. I think that sets a very bad precedent, and it leads us to simply create concentrated density and poverty in portions of our city, while allowing for other parts of the city to, be developed as affluent areas, because they have low-density housing, even though they were zoned for high-density housing. That would be my preference, that if the applicant seeks not to build housing, as this parcel is currently zoned for, that the applicant be required to make up that housing density within the same geographic area. And of course, I'm not going to dictate what that area should be. I'll default to my colleague in that part of town. He knows his district best. But I surely won't be supportive of a project that requires my part of the city to make up for the applicant's, interest not to build high-density housing, which is the current zoning and was a zoning when the applicant purchased a property. So the applicant clearly knew that it was zoned for high density and that was the expectation. The neighbors have known that for a while, so that would be my preference. Thank you, colleagues, for the time on this matter.
Mr. President, if I may respond very briefly. First of all, the property zoning and designation was changed when the city adopted their general plan update. Neither the property owner nor the Elliott Homes, who owned the shopping center by which this property used to be part of, were aware that the city changed the property zoning and the general plan designation. We first met with city planners on August the 8th of 2019 and began a conversation with them about an array of uses on the property. No specific use, but an array of uses. And it was identified as one of the options that is used typically here at the city, that we would present to the council, ultimately, a plan amendment and rezoning for this property. We had no specific application. We don't to this day. We have some ideas, as I mentioned earlier. We had originally discussed with staff a boutique hotel. We have taken this to the mandatory neighborhood outreach committee meeting. There were 12 people that attended that meeting on October 14th, 2019. From that meeting, we got 4 letters of support. In attendance were Lance Cashin representatives, Manco Abbott, and also Collier's Tingey. We took it to the advisory committee that's established in Mr. Carbasi's district. It was unanimously supported by that district, no opposition. When staff published the environmental assessment, there was no opposition to their conclusions that the project had no potential for significant impacts. We've done an array of studies to assure the staff and the community that there will be no significant environmental impacts, and the staff report reflects that. Even though the traffic engineer had determined that the project was under the threshold of potential traffic, we spent $7,000 on a VMT analysis to confirm that there were no associated VMT issues. We did a lot of other studies. It's not important. On January 11th, we took it to the District Advisory Committee. As I mentioned, there was a unanimous support there. On June the 29th of 2022, we're almost 3 years into the project, the city published a notice of intent to adopt the environmental assessment. There was no objection to that published conclusion. On September 7th, 2022, your Planning Commission recommended approval to your body. There was no objection there. So along this entire 3-year process, no one has objected to the project. No one has come forward to the staff. No one has written Mr. Carbasi. The people who have looked at the project think it's a good one. It provides an opportunity, but the council still has the opportunity to see what future project is going to come forward. With respect to any condition that the multifamily, if there was multifamily lost, we want to be treated just like all the other projects that come forward, and you're going to have many of them. You've already had many of them come before you. So if it's going to become the council position that you have to replace units from the same district you took it out of, that'll apply to all the other projects that are going to be coming forward, and you're going to have quite a few of them, because otherwise we're going to be treated differently, and I don't think you want to do that. So we ask that you approve the project. We understand our responsibility. We're either going to come back with a multifamily project, or we have to find replacement units, and we'll do that in accordance with your regulations, and we agree with those conditions. They were known to us when we started the project some years ago. So we thank you for your consideration and staff's work. We'd like to get going and bring you a project someday.
Thank you, Mr. Pushel. We do have additional council members with questions and comments too. So next we're going to go to Council Member Esparza, followed by Council Member Perea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. So my favorite part about our general plan is all the different clusters and the and shades of purple, because I love the fact that we have all the different shades and levels of mixed use. And so typically I'd be very excited to see a rezone to a neighborhood mixed use. Usually I would. But I think we have a bit of an unusual situation, and that's the transition to neighborhood mixed use, or sorry, RMX, regional mixed use. In this particular case, is actually a down zone. And I'm not sure I've ever been asked to vote on something like this before in my previous 4 years on the council. I think we've established that it is relatively uncommon for a rezone like this to proceed before a plan is proposed or a project is proposed. And given the housing crisis that we've been in, that we continue to be in, it gives me a little bit of heartburn to see that we are down zoning from high density residential to regional mixed-use residential.
But that's really not the case, if I may, council member, because the RMX zone has the same
Dirk,
density.
I'm still talking.
Dirk, hang on, please. Let him finish.
I understand. So I was getting to that part. So, I mean, I spearheaded the effort to loosen and deregulate the density within the mixed-use zones. But the fact that there's not a project, right, gives me a little bit of wariness about what the project will be. So technically, you're right. We could, if there was the willingness, applicant could proceed with even more units under the proposed zoning than they would under the current zoning. But the fact that there's not a project proposed, it gives me some wariness that we're going from definitive housing zoning to maybe there might be some housing. And so that gives me a little bit of discomfort. You may speak now.
No, I think I've said all I need to say. We're either going to bring you a project that has multifamily in accordance with the density range, or we're going to make it up, which is your policy.
Okay. Well, I've given my comments, Council President, and I didn't really have any questions. Just wanted to put those concerns on the record. I think Councilmember Matlock covered quite a bit of the other questions that I had.
Council Vice President Perea, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. So I've heard a couple different things today in regards to down zoning, but just for the record, is this application a down zone, Director Clark?
In staff's opinion, this is not a down zone because it's an equivalent number of housing units in density.
Okay. Would this be considered a spot zone?
As a transitional use, I don't think so. So regional commercial to residential with a regional mixed use really is a good transitional use.
Okay. And so at the time, today we potentially will be approving a general plan amendment, a rezone, and the negative declaration. So at the time future development comes before the city, that would be processed with either a development permit or a CUP, is that right?
Correct.
Which would be a director level approval. So if, going back to SB 330, let's assume the applicant decides to build all commercial, no residential. And Mr. Puschel mentioned that he would be required, or the applicant would be required to have to make up that zoning elsewhere in the city. At what time would that rezone have to occur? Would they be required to upzone another parcel prior to their development permit being approved?
In my opinion, yes, we would not be able to approve the development permit or the CUP until or concurrently with the approval of the rezone to the higher density in another location.
Okay. So if they're not able to find another piece of land that would be the equivalent while they're in the process of rezoning to meet potentially this loss of housing, their development permit would be held up in perpetuity until they are able to find that piece of land to rezone.
Right, we would not be able to approve it until they had a concurrent rezone.
Okay. And then I guess for the applicant, do you guys have any plans to develop in the next 6 months, 12 months? I just want to get a better feel for potentially what we're going to be doing with this approval
We really
today.
don't, Council Member. Part of the problem has been COVID with so many people being gone and some of the market studies being skewed, but we want to accelerate as fast as we can. We don't have any specific plans to answer your questions.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Got Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you. Dirk, give me a moment. I have a question for Director Clark. Thank you for being patient through this process, Director. I really appreciate it. Just to answer a question a colleague approached me about. So we change it to a use that allows more options. But there are specific cases where it has to come back to the council, like, for example, if they need a CUP, or is that just approved through the planning department?
Conditional use permit is approved at a staff level, so it is approved by the planning department, as is a development permit.
Right. So let's say, now Dirk, no industrial use is okay. I'm just teasing. But let's say there was an item that was of concern, that you would think within reason there'd be a concern. How will I, as the council member, be informed this is what's coming through?
So development permits and conditional use permits are routed to the districts and to the district implementation committees for review and for comment.
Right. And then there's an opportunity to appeal it.
There is an opportunity to appeal it, yes.
Got it. Okay. So there's an opportunity for a council member to be aware of it and to take action and bring it before this council.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I think there's maybe another one or two council members that want to speak on this, and I do appreciate my colleagues' comments and concerns. Some of them are very reasonable, but I don't think there's so much cause for alarm. The Attorney General is not going to sue us for this small parcel, and by the way, for folks that are watching, it's actually located in River Park. I mean, it's right next to where the Ethan Allen store used to be. There's bunch of commercial uses there, Barnes & Noble, it's right around there, and then there was apartments that have been there for a long time to the west of the property. Changing it to something that is, let's say RMX, it gives more options right now. I think Mr. Poschel mentioned, interest rates are high, building materials are high, and labor costs are high. So right now it's difficult when you limit your options to get a bank to approve a loan to build something. And I don't want to knock commercial. Residential properties bring in create a place for people to live and bring in property tax revenue. But commercial properties not only bring property tax revenue, they create sales tax revenue, and they create opportunities for jobs. So I think I'd like to see more options for this parcel. I think the neighborhood, by no one speaking against it clearly, likes what we have in that area, having shopping options and having options where they can live. So, just to be clear, like I said, I'm not going to permit any industrial use, and I think the applicant understands that. But given the zoning around this site, I'm not really worried about changing this zoning to neighborhood mixed use. I don't think it's going to create any catastrophes for the area. And from a policy standpoint, I don't really see a reason where there's a significant enough concern to warrant this level of scrutiny. And I think, the mention of lawsuit was brought in, and I can understand, that's a fair question, but I think when you start treating people differently, that's where taxpayer money is at risk, because that can create a lawsuit in and of itself. And I believe my residents support this item. I'm the representative, I'm supporting it. I'm asking my colleagues to support it as well. So that's pretty much my comments. If colleagues have any questions, I'm always open to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. We'll go to Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Bredefield on deck.
Thank you, Council President. This is, what's playing out right now is the typical general plan hot potato that we've been playing for quite a while, where there was an existing zoning, we went in, we changed it to comply with the housing element, the requirements that the state puts upon us, and now we're having to deal with this challenge. I've had a couple of parcels, as Dirk knows, in my district that have been under this umbrella. The challenge that I'm having with this specific project is that it doesn't identify the details of what is going to be built there. What exactly is envisioned in that area? The challenge and the item that will be coming in my area has a very specific project identified, and obviously it'll be a variance, but it also has some mitigation measures on where the housing will go on there. So maybe, Dirk, you could answer this question. I know some people have asked it in a roundabout. Is there a reason why there's no identification of the project that's coming there? I'm sure that the owner knows what can possibly go in there. Is it because of financing? Is it because of negotiations with the current location, or what's going on? I'm trying to get a better gauge on why the hesitancy on that.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Council Member, there were a range of uses that were evaluated, and he just has not decided specifically what he's going to put on the property or what he's going to propose. But we can commit again today that whatever we bring forward will be compliance with SB 330. We were either going to bring you a multifamily mixed-use project, or we'll make up those units as you've asked everyone else to do. And we're happy to do so. And I can assure you that there aren't going to be any industrial uses. He has no intention of taking this beautiful piece of property. As I may have mentioned, there were other people that were interested in buying the property, but the Elliott Homes people wanted to sell it to Mr. Fansler because they were so sure that it was going to be high quality, architecturally compatible, excellent landscaping. So they turned other deals down, and they said, we'd rather have you buy it, because whatever you put there is going to be a quality project. And as you probably recall, Council Member, the council, I think at least a couple times, reverted general plan designations back at no cost to others when the general plan was originally adopted some years ago. Mr. Fansler nor Elliott Homes knew that the project designation had changed, or they would have come in. We missed the deadline to get that.
And I think a lot of people are on that boat. I mean, we've seen a couple of these projects come through in all parts of the city. But again, Dirk, I think the challenge that I've heard from some of my colleagues and myself is I think there would be more of a comfort level if there was a project identified. Say, for example, I'm going to build a restaurant there with X amount of square footage, with a parking lot, or I'm going to build housing. Like, that's the part I think that's a little bit challenging because I think the other ones that have come through have had a little bit more detail in what specifically is going to get built in that area. And then understanding that whatever we decide to do here and in other projects, we have to balance that out with the housing element requirements that we have from the state, right? That has to have compliance.
Agreed.
We're not Clovis. We don't get a chance to kind of, skirt away from that. But that's to me just, I wanted to get a little bit more clarity on why the hesitancy of the applicant on not disclosing what he envisions there. I'm sure there's some plans there, but short of that, I'd like to see a little bit more detail on that.
And there are no other plans, because if we did, we would bring them forward because we could accelerate the process. There are no plans. there's a commitment to compatibility, and
Derek,
that's all we
so
can provide you.
So if there are no plans, why the need to rezone it?
Well, it's taken us 3 years to get to this point. We needed to get this part resolved to be able to get the flexibility as Director Clark mentioned. So there's no loss. The city hasn't lost any of its ability to have apartments. Mr. Fensler is still on the hook, if you will. He's still responsible for making up the units if he doesn't come forward. So really, both the city, the community, and Fensler are all in the same position. We just got a wider range of uses. And whatever use comes forward, we're going to bring it through the district committee, through Mr. Carbasi, and the council can bring it if you were concerned about compatibility or whatever. We'll have to do a new traffic study. We'll have to do a new greenhouse gas assessment. All of that we'll have to restart specific to whatever project we bring forward.
I think that what you just described, Dirk, that's the confusing part for me, because you're having to go through this process twice when you could have gone through it once and identified the project. That's a big head scratcher for me, but I'm trying to understand it, and Rap, I'm willing to hear a little bit more on the discussion here today.
Well, again, it's an option that's available to the applicants. Other applicants have availed themselves of this option. Mr. Fensler said, let's get this resolved first, because as I said, when we probably spent 6, 7, 8 months talking about a hotel. And it just didn't work out because there's a whole range of things that are required for the hotel to be successful. Didn't work. So we just continued with the RMX proposal.
Understood. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Bredefeld, followed by City Manager White. Quick question.
I asked Mr. Bredefeld for a moment to clarify something. So, addressing two things. Number one, the flexibility. So, Dirk, we're working on a project in Pinedale, and I don't want to go into too much detail. That zoning of that land, which is going to become a health clinic, isn't compatible with the use. How difficult was it to get financing to purchase that land, even with the zoning not being what was being proposed?
Extremely difficult.
Okay.
Extremely difficult. And it's that took probably 9 or 10 months just to resolve the VMT issues for that.
Right. The reason why I bring that up is, and I appreciate Councilmember Chavez's point, that it's an uncertain economic time as well as a housing crisis. And when you go to a bank to get a loan, a commercial loan, there's a lot more scrutiny. And when the zoning isn't compatible to what you're presenting, they may say no, and it limits financing options. That is exactly what has happened in Pinedale. And fortunately, cooler heads prevailed because they have faith that we are going to support, because it's a public use, that clinic being built. Okay. For legal counsel, I want to be very clear, treating everyone the same. Are they required at this stage to present a plan for how it's going to be used? Well, that by not presenting it, does it legally limit us from approving this?
So as Talia Kluri from our office mentioned earlier, there are different ways of bringing forward projects. In this case, they are choosing to bring forth a rezone instead of a rezone with a project. So if they're bringing forward the rezone is before the council, and the council can consider the rezone independently.
Okay. The reason why I asked that, I just want to make sure we're being kosher here. We, I think, have turned a new leaf as a body and a council, and I think that we are on the right path. And I would hate in the second meeting of the year to destroy all that. I understand people are concerned with what's going to happen, but hey, this is my council district. Let me worry about what the person's going to develop in the community, because in the end, if it doesn't go well, I'm the one residents will yell at. So please have some respect for my role, and I'd appreciate your support on this matter.
Okay, quick question. So why the rezone? You said the flexibility regarding your development options, correct?
Correct.
Anything you propose as a project has to come back and have the same analysis from the planning department, the same analysis from the planning commission, same analysis from the implementation committee, same analysis from the city council, right?
Absolutely. And we would begin that process with a conversation with Mr. Carbasi and his staff and the planning director, because we would rather proceed down that process with their support and complete concurrence that they feel that this is a worthy project.
Okay. And from a cost analysis, I imagine does it save you or the proposed developer more money if they had done the rezone with a project in hand? Or I imagine it doesn't in any particular way, or he would have done that. I mean, I see projects come, we get rezones, people get approvals for certain projects. Somebody buys the property, they want to change the project, move it to something else. That happens all the time. It happens all the time in my district. What, in terms of a cost-benefit analysis, because I think Councilmember Chavez is asking that as though somehow you say you will save more money if you come in with the rezone and a project in hand.
Well, on the face of it, that is accurate. If you were able to join the two, in other words, the plan amendment rezoning and the use permit. But in this case, we weren't sure that the projects made sense in the marketplace. There was also the financing issues, the labor costs, the labor availability. So, and some of those issues still remain. They have not been resolved. Lumber is up 40%. Concrete is up 35%. There's still a labor shortage. So we didn't want to come forward with a project that didn't make sense in the marketplace, because whatever we save here, it would have been eaten up in loss because we missed the market.
Okay. And thank you. And Jennifer, I know you've been called up a couple of times, just a couple of quick questions just to clarify. So any housing issues, in my estimation, aren't really an issue, because whatever is required now will still be required with any project that comes forward, and they just have to either build it according to what is required under this Senate bill, or they have to go find another site to have the same level of housing. Is that correct?
The housing capacity from the current zoning to the proposed zoning is the same. So as long as under this application today that's being reviewed today, there is no change in housing capacity. A future application would need to be analyzed to see if there was a change in housing capacity, and if there was a reduction, there would need to be a paired project to ensure that there was no net loss in housing capacity.
Okay, so we're not going to lose anything in terms of housing in any circumstance?
Correct.
Okay. And I know Councilmember Aris alluded to his district, but that concurrent housing capacity could be anywhere in the city, in any district.
Under Senate Bill 330, that is correct.
Okay. And there was no opposition to this rezone at the neighborhood meeting, as I read your staff report. There was no opposition to the implementation committee of District 2, and there was no opposition in the planning commission, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the council member fully supports it. So I'm going to fully support it, and I think we should move forward at this juncture. That's all my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Bertefeld. City Manager, were you punched up to speak on?
Yeah, I just was able to pull up the information. There were the questions about, and Talia couldn't remember all of the specific projects that had the entitlement come before the project. And in the last couple years, we've had 4 projects: West Creek in D3, Ashland Grantland in D1, Fowler and Bliss at Shields, formerly in District 4, now in District 7, and then Copper River Ranch in District 6. So those 4 projects since 2018 have come forward, those entitlements have come forward without a project. So I know we don't do it a lot, but we've had those 4 in the most recent time. I just wanted to make sure we didn't give a great answer to that question.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember, from earlier?
Oh, we're going round 3, Gary. I just want to clarify from my understanding, when the planning director states that if a project comes forward without, that doesn't have any housing, that we, quote unquote, we could not approve it unless the housing is replaced. Can you just confirm for me that is it we, the council, or we, the planning director, could not approve the project?
All right, thank you. So development permits and conditional use permits are approved at the staff level. So city staff could not approve a future application that did not contain the minimum number of housing units without a concurrent rezone application. Rezones are approved by the city council, so they're recommended by the city staff to planning commission, city planning commission to city council. So the development application could not be approved by staff without a concurrent rezone application.
And what dictates that? Is that the Fresno Municipal Code that dictates that you, as a planning director, could not do that without the...
No, SB 330 says that a concurrent rezones are not approved by city staff. Rezones are approved by the city council, just like the one today. So until the city council acted on a concurrent rezone, staff could not approve the development permit or the conditional use permit. So we would be able to do that after, or the following day after the city council approved a rezone.
Thank you. And my last question, a few months ago, this body approved increasing density in quote-unquote public transit corridors, Blackstone, Shaw, a few other areas. The project that the city manager spoke about, West Creek, when we did that, we didn't downzone and reallocate those zoning in other parts of the city. They were all within that same area. In that conversation, I asked, why aren't we increasing housing density on Herndon Avenue? It's a public transit corridor. We've invested a lot of money in connecting the bus system from the 99 to the medical corridor. And I got quite a bit of pushback on, it's not there yet. At some point it will be. We're not just picking the southern part of the city to do higher density. We're trying to go to Shaw and Blackstone for now. What I struggle with is that in the projects that were referenced, it continues to be a pattern in which we seek lower density in the northern part of the city at the same time of seeking higher density in the southern part of the city without addressing the needs that a higher density require. Off-site improvements, green space development, pedestrian infrastructure. Those investments are not coming into the areas where we are increasing higher density. So I want to be crystal clear that in the next 4 years, if this project comes forward and the project includes no residential and the makeup is in any part of the city, I'm going to be adamantly opposed because it's contradictory to the one Fresno notion that the mayor has been leading with, that we're all in this together. I have not seen that yet. I see a series of contradictions, right? It's in my backyard, so respect my backyard. Just had a whole week of convention center folks that are not in my backyard talk about what should happen in the convention center, which I fully appreciate because I get to learn what their thoughts are on the matter, right? But we're not, I struggle with these contradictions of we're in a housing crisis, but we're okay with approving a parcel zone for housing to not be housing as long as they make up the housing in another part of the city. It feels to me like it is a premature request to potentially eliminate residential units in North Fresno, especially given that there is no project there yet. Secondly, it is, I fear, going to be a clear message to industrial and commercial developers in my part of the city that are going to seek to use the same loophole process to have their parcels rezoned without having to be required to come up with the makeup housing units up front. Because they just have to say, we don't have a project yet, trust us, at some point we'll bring a project forward. I think that's a bad precedent for the city, my personal views, but those are my thoughts. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. I would like to address, you are absolutely right. When we were talking about the mixed-use text amendment, we did stress that Blackstone, Shaw, our Fax 15 routes are intended to be pedestrian-oriented for mixed use. But that didn't mean, and we did say that we would be coming back with additional text amendments similar to mixed-use text amendment to allow for additional residential density. One of those is in our office districts, and those are heavily concentrated on Herndon. And while there are bus routes on Herndon, the sites are not set up to be pedestrian access friendly. So absolutely, we will be coming back, and the housing strategy does identify office and other types of commercial uses for additional housing capacity. And so I'm really excited to hear that you're interested in changing the zoning in office to allow for housing, because that'll be coming back before this body soon.
Councilmember Esparza, you will be our last speaker.
I used to think that too when I was council president, and then 10 more people jump up. So the applicant had indicated, and I'm not sure who would answer this question, but the applicant had indicated a verbal commitment to, if this rezone were to occur, to come back with a housing project that meets the density. Is that anywhere, are they bound to that, or is that simply a verbal commitment at this point?
I don't think there's good question. There's not because of 330, there's not even a choice, is there? They have to make it up somewhere. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so they're not bound to commit, they're bound to making it up if they don't come back with a...
Yes, they can't just dissolve the housing. They have to find it somewhere, correct.
Okay, well, I mean, I take Mr. Polschel at his word when he says it. I also recognize Mr. Polschel is a very talented gun for hire in this process, and is not the actual applicant in themselves. And so, again, it stands the reason that although, as the planning director indicated, the housing capacity is the same. It's just that this option also includes many other options. And that part concerns me with respect to what the actual applicant's intentions are, since they are seeking to go from the housing portion is effectively the same, but it opens up to commercial. And so I know at this point we don't know exactly what it will be. We cannot predict the future. But again, I wanted to put that objection and concern on the record with respect to the uneasiness about, even though it is not technically a downzoning according to the definition of the planning department, to me it feels like it is effectively a downzoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing nobody else queued up, nobody to speak, we will go ahead and take a vote. Is there any opposition?
Nay.
One opposed? Two opposed? Two opposed, 5 in favor. Item passes 5-2. Okay, Council, that will bring us to the joint power section of today's meeting. We'll go ahead and convene that portion. Mayor Dyer is out, but I believe we still have a quorum as we have Councilmember Bredefeld and Carbasi on the dais today. So I'll let you guys consider the two items in front of you.
Okay, we have 2 items of this joint meeting. It is item 1, is that ID 23107, hearing designating and authorizing certain finance officers of the City of Fresno to sign various investment and commercial banking documents and to provide verbal instruction required for prudent financial administration and safekeeping of Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority funds and property, as well as the 1010B item ID 23-108, hearing to consent to and authorize investment monies in the local agency investment fund in the custody of the state treasurer for purposes of prudent financial administration and safekeeping of Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority funds, and authorize certain finance officers of the city of Fresno in connection therewith. Do we have, Brianna, anybody from the public who wishes to speak on these two items?
No, we do not.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve both items A and B.
Motion to approve.
You might.
I'm taking my time. Motion to approve items A and
Okay.
B.
I'll second. Any opposed? None opposed. Both items pass.
Did you guys lose money?
No, we're good. We're solvent.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll then consider the next two supplementary items, council. Anybody punched up from the public to speak?
No, there's no public comment.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve.
Second that.
I have a second from Councilmember Arias. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. That'll conclude the joint powers section of the meeting, and we will go on to general administration. We have a progress code enforcement, including asset quarterly report. Before I hand it over, City Attorney Jans, I do just want to note for a second that you got a really good team working for you. I know you've been on a little over a month, maybe not quite 2 months. We've had the pleasure of working with these folks. Some of us 2 years, some of us 4 years, some of us 6 years. They're always very diligent. They're very responsive. They're very professional. I've worked with pretty much all of them. And before you introduce them, I just wanted to give you kudos. You have a really good team of code enforcement folks.
Thank you, Council President. I agree. I want to thank the council for allowing us today to share a little bit about what we've been doing over the past several months. I know that each of you get regular updates as to activities that are occurring in your respective districts, but I just want to make sure that you have a clear picture of code's impact citywide. I'd like to thank Erica Camarina, Christina Roberson for putting together this presentation and their leadership over their department. Thank you very much. Also like to thank code staff and the attorneys for their hard work in keeping people safe and our city clean. And just as a side note, the city attorney's office, 2 employees of the quarter are both from code enforcement this quarter, Sarah Papazian and Ahmed Granger. So congratulations to them. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Chief Assistant City Attorney Erica Camarina.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Council President, council members, City Manager. The matter before you is Code Enforcement's Assets Quarterly Report and Overall Code Update. And we'll just begin with the Community Compliance Division. As you know, the Community Compliance Division of Code Enforcement is comprised of 7 council district teams, each representing your respective districts. In addition, we have a special projects team, which includes a blighted vacant building team, as well as our Blackstone Corridor team. In addition, we are always happy to jump in and assist during an emergency. And this past week, during the storm emergency, our city attorney redirected our code enforcement officers to assist with compiling, well, we gathered the encampment prioritization list from the HART team, and we got all of our code enforcement together. They mapped out all the areas within the city of Fresno where the unhoused community lives, and went out with all of the informational flyers and was able to hit approximately 140 locations in an attempt to meet with each homeless individual to provide them that information. And so it's always a good feeling to be able to help in those situations when there's an emergency. This is just a diagram of our current caseload as of January 11th. And as you can see, we've already grown from just last week. Our caseload is approximately 1,200 cases. And this is just a diagram of our open and closed cases, just to give you an idea of the fluctuation and the rapid change. And as soon as we close a case, 2 of them are open. And so that's just a really rapid changing graph there. Behind the scenes, with respect to this graph, the opening and closing of cases and the intakes of phone calls, I have to give credit to our front counter. They are constantly meeting with the general public, They take in approximately 1,000 phone calls a month, not to mention the hundreds of frescoes that they process every month, in addition to responding to about 92 PRA requests just within this last quarter. They also issue all of our notice and orders and letters and issued approximately 1,800 letters this past quarter. And just a couple of examples of the great work that they are doing. This is a property where the property owner was actually cooperative but just needed code enforcement assistance to clear his property of trespassers and get his area cleaned up. This is another property in District 3. In this instance, the property owner was not as cooperative, and we had to issue a notice and order and proceed with the cleanup of that property. Moving on to our special teams, beginning with our school area team, SAT. As you know, this team continues to provide proactive code enforcement surrounding all the schools in Fresno, and since last quarter, SAT has completed inspections in 4 school areas, including Columbia, Heaton, Vangpao, Sequoia, and Wishon McLean. They've also begun inspections and are undergoing outreach and enforcement in 4 school areas, including Leavenworth, Jefferson, Winchell, and Air Sunnyside. And again, this is just our overlay map showing the 45 different school areas that they've completed inspections in since the inception of the program back in February 2020, a total of 45 school neighborhoods. SAT continues to do their outreach, hold their landlord forums, Fresco trailer events, and does a lot of engagement with the community. And I threw this slide in just at the last minute to acknowledge our council member, Nelson Esparza, who was able to attend the Leavenworth school event just, I believe, yesterday, right? Isn't it? Thank you for doing that. The team definitely appreciates all the support from the council members when you attend these events with them. Moving on to our abatement team, just in this last quarter, we have completed 105 abatements, which includes the board ups, tall grass and weeds, junk and rubbish removal. And just in 2022 alone, along with our entire team, they collected upwards of 2 million pounds of waste throughout the city. That includes all the abatements, tires, other trash. And this is just an example of another property that the abatement team cleared out. This was dealing with a deceased property owner and pursuant to a warrant. This is just another example of the great work that our abatement team does. This is in District 2. This was a single-family residence. In this instance, we were dealing with a deceased property owner, so this one also was pursuant to a warrant. And then this is just an example of one of our vacant lots, tall grass and weeds, and the great work our abatement team did to clear that out. And our demolition team has completed 6 demolitions, one of them which was done by the city. The other 5 were completed by the property owners with, of course, our motivation and oversight. And then there's a lot of demolitions that are currently in progress, whether they are in the application stage or they're actually in progress, in addition to several rehabilitations that are also in progress. So the demolition team oversees all that and very, very busy with all that. Here's one example of a demolition that occurred in District 3 by the city. This was a property where the structure was subject to a fire, and so our demolition team came in and cleared that property. And then, of course, where's Councilmember Chavez? The icon in District 5, the unfortunate fire that occurred in District 5 just this year, January 6th, and so unfortunately, in addition to the iconic social lounge of O'Sullivan's, who some of us may have frequented, the adjacent property owners were also affected. And so our demolition team did supervise and oversee the demolition of that property. Moving on to more better news. Our entire team, just this quarter, collected 2,584 waste tires just this past quarter and conducted 52 waste tire facility inspections. And we're happy to report that the next tire amnesty event will be on February 25th in District 3. Moving on to our legal dumping team. This is always a fun team. They issued 36 citations during this last quarter. Throughout the entire calendar year of 2022, they did issue a total of 100 citations to illegal dumpers. utilizing, of course, the 17 covert cameras that we have throughout the city. And this is just an example of a nefarious illegal dumper dumping tires in District 7. And then just wanted to throw this out there. You may have heard that
This is my favorite slide, by the way.
yeah. So one of our covert cameras just happened, that is placed in a position where there is a lot of illegal dumping, just happened to capture a deadly shooting. And so we were very happy to assist the Fresno Police Department in pulling that video footage that was captured on that camera, providing that to the police department, and they were able to successfully make an arrest based on the camera footage that we were able to record. So we were very happy to be solving murders too in code enforcement.
I need to remind the city attorney he's not a prosecutor anymore.
I know, right? Okay, and so at this point,
We do prosecute shopping cart cases.
yeah. At this point, I will hand it over to Christina Roberson to take it over with our rental housing report.
All right. Good afternoon, Council President Maxwell, council members, city manager. I am Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney, and I'm going to move on to rental housing. So currently, our anti-slum enforcement team, ASSET, has 12 open cases in properties containing 166 units. Our reactive rental housing unit, which are complaint-based cases and multifamily units, has opened 311 cases, closed 330 cases, and currently has 289 active cases. So like Erica said, a lot of fluctuation with opening and closing cases constantly. Here are just some examples of the work that ASSET's been working on. This property on Floridora in District 7 is a 2-story, 4-unit property. This one, thankfully, the property owner was able to bring it into compliance relatively quickly. The initial inspection of the entire complex occurred on November 2nd, 2022, and all violations were cleared during a reinspection on January 5th earlier this month. So here are a couple before and after in exterior and then interior photos. Here's another property that ASSET has been working on. It is the former Calwa Motel in District 5 on Calwa. It did begin as a motel case but changed into an asset case. A compliance agreement was signed, and the owner is in the process of converting the upstairs to 12 multifamily units. So again, that is in progress. Moving on to our proactive team, they've also been making great progress. Currently, there are 86,882 individual rental units registered, and that was as of the time of making the report, so who knows, that number changes a lot. But since the inception of the program, there have been over 16,763 baseline health and safety and compliance re-inspections performed by that team. And also, as of December 21st, that proactive team has billed over $1 million and collected $872,500, which is a very successful collection rate, over 87%. Moving on to mobile home parks, we just like to, this map is a little hard to read, but we like to kind of show that they are scattered throughout the city. There are 27 parks with 3,754 spaces throughout the city. Since the last quarterly report, the team has conducted 791 initial inspections, issued 237 notices of violation addressing 599 violations, and there have been 16 complaint-based inspections. We just have some before and after photos from a couple parks. This is Fresno Mobile Home and RV Park. That is in District 3. Here are some very hazardous stairs that were repaired, and some exterior, you can see the windows broken, so there's some before and afters. And this is Woodward Bluffs Mobile Home Park in District 6. This was a burned out fire damaged unit that was removed before and after. Finally, moving on to our legal team, they continue to be extremely busy with receiverships, warrants, research, a number of things. One of our attorneys, because of the mobile home park, just the amount of work that takes, she is actually really focused on mobile home parks and rental housing generally, which we've been able to bring on another attorney to assist with all the rest of the work that our unit does, including the eviction protection program. Just a quick update on EPP. As of today, we've received, so these numbers are, all the numbers get outdated by the next minute, right? So as of today, we've received 1,494 inquiries about the program. 853 of those intakes have been referred to outside counsel. And here are some updated outcomes reported by outside counsel as of January 14th. They've reported 78 cases where an unlawful detainer was prevented from moving forward, 63 cases where the tenant was allowed to remain in their home, 40 cases where money owed to the landlord was reduced, 5 stopped lockouts, and there's a number of other outcomes that they report, but I just gave you some highlights. And unless there are any questions, that will conclude our report.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, City Attorney. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for code enforcement? No? Okay. Hey, thank you all again very much. Councilmember Perea.
Didn't see my light go off?
I wasn't looking.
Just a quick question about citations. Do we give out a warning first before we just go and cite someone? What's our process with that? Or does it kind of just fluctuate based on what the issue is?
So it does depend. With our illegal dumping, typically no. Typically we do not. I mean, that's just a pretty severe violation. But definitely with any housing violations, public nuisance violations, we always give the public an opportunity to comply. That's always our goal, is to gain compliance. Our goal is not to penalize anyone unless they're committing an egregious act like an illegal dump.
How much is the first initial fine?
So for public nuisance, it's $250 per violation. So, and then it goes up $500 and then $1,000. With our illegal dumping, the first citation is $1,000.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
And I would just say thank you again, all of you, for your very hard work. We appreciate it. You make us look very, very good out there. So thank you.
Thank you.
But they're leaving.
Hey, we're not done yet. I'm just warming up. Clearing my throat here. Yep. Couple of questions. Where are we at with acquiring more cameras that you guys put out remotely and find the illegal dumpers? I know we talked about it a year or two ago.
With the council's blessing a year or two ago, I can't recall exactly, we did obtain 3 more cameras.
3 more?
Yes.
So how many total do you have?
17.
Good. Secondly, just a heads up to the city manager, I anticipate that the code enforcement department is going to need more money for demolition. So as we look at the mid-year budget, we want to make sure there's enough resources there to demolish the buildings that are health and safety hazard to neighborhoods. And then lastly, thank you for the work on the motels, not the motels, the mobile home parks. We asked you guys a year ago to prioritize them. You have. People haven't been improving them. We want to make sure we never end up with another Trails Inn. And that attention has had really good benefits for all of us. So keep up the good work, and I just think you need to do more and more of what you're doing. And a reminder, the 7-Eleven across the street needs to be addressed.
Just for your information, this morning, our city attorney did sign a very, oh, you got it. All right.
I got it.
You're ahead of it.
So we can get one of these once a week with a reminder that he has a legal obligation to maintain his property and not allow what's occurred to continue to occur. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Bertefeld, counseled by Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I just want to say the same thing. I want to thank all of you for the great work you do throughout the entire city. You really are unsung heroes in terms of dealing with all of the issues that we have to deal with, and I know there's a lot on your plate, and you do it well. You do it consistently, and it makes a big difference throughout the entire city. So we don't get enough of a chance to thank you for all that you do, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, Erica and your team. I did hear what you said back there for the Sullivans. Thank you guys for overseeing that demolition. I was out there, I think, 2 days ago and saw, unfortunately, it burned down, but the progress in just making sure that it was secure and safe, and the kids that go back there and try to use the field didn't go into the rubble. And then thank you for all the work you guys have been doing, especially the Kalawa motel. So I heard correctly, it's going to be 12 units, right, that are coming online?
That is, I believe, the property owner's plan, and they have submitted initial plans to planning. I actually don't have, the current status of where it's at with the planning department, but that was the initial plan.
All right, I'll follow up with, again, just thank you guys for the work you do. I don't know how to phrase this, but I think you guys know that in my office, we kind of deputized the staff members to be code enforcement officers. So they forward the complaints to you guys, but you guys have been just on it, and I appreciate that, so thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi is our last punched up speaker.
Thank you. Erica, Christina, and everyone here today, I want to thank you so much for your work. And I'll tell you why it's important. We talked earlier about constituent services. Now, when I became a council member, I started in the era where city attorney's office took over code enforcement. So I don't know the way it was before. But what I can tell you is you are an incredible resource for me, and the residents know that you're a resource for them too. The word has gotten out there. There's great follow-through. You're run very professionally, and that makes it so much easier for me to do my job. Thank you. It's not, I can just say these things, but it doesn't really represent the level of support you provide to me as I do my job. Thank you.
Thank you again, code enforcement. Appreciate you. All right, that will conclude the public portion of today's meeting. City Attorney's Office, if you could please read off the closed session items and whether there'll be anything reported out afterwards.
Yes, Council President, thank you. In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Joshua Spangman versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Lori Brown versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, William Hunter versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Joseph Plohard versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel. Item E, existing litigation, Carrie Wiegand versus City of Fresno. Item F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Terrence Frazier versus City of Fresno. Item G, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sonia Quintero Perez versus City of Fresno. Item H, conference with real property negotiator. That was removed. So it's going to be item H is removed. So does I become H or is it I? It's still I. Item I, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Nelson Esparza versus Gary Bredefeld. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session.
you.